Hello. Hello. Win that quickly, huh? Man. Just take right over. It's right down here. Shit, it still hasn't loaded. That sucks. Yeah, what do you know? Alright. Let me finish taking this turn on Unimore, folks, and we will get started. returned. And let us begin. Alright, let's see what I've uncovered here. I just gotta uncover this last bit, or maybe finish talking to this lady. Maybe I have, so we move forward.
Certainly.
So, looks like I have uncovered everything I wanted to. Except for a way here, which it looks like, that vaguely looks like a road. So I want to go down towards the south, which fortunately I am. Wow, that's quite a bit of way around. Well. Alright, let's see where I need to go. Okay. Well, we'll try going around, see what we can find here. Hopefully it loops back. And if not, at least we get some levels. This one doesn't seem like all that big of a map. Just want to make sure we're careful going forward in this one. Look at that. This looks like it could be tough.
Oh?
Oh my. Oh my, oh my.
Certainly.
Get me out of here.
Comrade.
Oh no, can I load? Whew, buddy, that was brutal. Absolutely brutal. I would have never survived that. Alright, so I know I don't want to go that way now.
Certainly.
I'll clear this map like I did. and I will go a fucking different way. Let's see here. From where we are, the best way it seems like to go is to the east. So I guess that's what we'll do, I guess. I guess.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Yeah. I can make it. Nice. Yeah, dude, that was terrible. That was absolutely terrible. All of those dragons, I was not ready for that. Better just to load and not die. If it was just the one, I might have fought it just to see how I stack against the one. But when 4 more come out and it's a very obvious trap, no thank you. Alright, let's see here. Ooh, some soul. You see a lavishly decorated room, walls hung with tapestries, ornate oil lamps creating a warm, relaxing atmosphere. There are several oval stuffed couches covered with silk pillows and an elegant table in the middle of the floor. This woman is seated at the table, sitting across from another woman. They are both well dressed, their style befitting the room they're in. The other woman's hair is blonde, in stark contrast to this woman's black, and is swept up on her head in a dramatic style. The women speak in an easy, free tone, obviously familiar with the other. Though they each seem to be comfortable in the other's company, a strange nervousness surrounds the blonde woman's actions. She occasionally betrays herself with a little giggle or stammer, hitching over an easy word as she speaks. Her demeanor swings from friendly to shy and back again with no warning. This woman leans back a little in her chair, stretching lightly. As she finishes her stretch, she gently lays her hand down next to the other woman's, letting her fingers subtly intertwine. The second woman stops speaking mid-sentence, inhales sharply, and turns red. She does not, however, move her hand. This woman smiles and moves her hand further over the other, holding it. She then stands, moving across the table towards the blonde woman, whose face shows conflicting emotions of terror and lust. She giggles and pulls her head out from under the other, her hand out from the other, and brings it to her mouth, the red of her face deepening. This woman stops, looking down at her, eyes sparkling. She reaches out and pulls something from the blonde's hair, letting it fall around her shoulders. Then she leans over, brushing her lips lightly over the blonde woman's cheek, resting her mouth against her ear. As she whispers, her hand moves lithely down the other woman's body to her waist. The blonde stutters and leans into the hand, eyes closing, cheek pressing against the lips, still whispering at her ear. This woman's hand deftly removes a small bag from the other woman's belt and secretes it under her own cloak at the small of her back. Then she gently kisses the other woman's cheek and stands again, the smile never leaving her mouth. Well, that's too bad for that other girl. Just too bad for her. She's getting hit on. Thought all was going well, but in the end, she was actually out just to steal from that girl. Here, let's read another soul. You see a ship being tossed around in a storm-ravaged sea. The swells rise and fall, carrying the ship with them as if they were a toy. This man stands on deck at the helm of the ship with water whips around him. The crew moves around frantically, trying to keep the chaos under control. He barks orders at them, pointing where to go and giving each one a task. The men, while visibly distressed, seem to calm down when they are given their orders. He instructs the helmsman to resume his duties at the wheel and rushes to the aid of the crewmen who are struggling with the rope attached to one of the sails. The ship crests a wave, going almost vertical in one direction and then immediately again in the other. Several of the crew are thrown from their feet, sliding across the deck as the ship is rocks. I didn't read that incorrectly. As the ship rocks. After the swell passes and the ship returns to a relatively normal orientation, the man quickly scans the deck, counting silently. No one has been lost this time, thankfully. He looks in the direction they're headed, seeing no reprieve from the storm in sight. His jaw squared and his upper lip stiffened. He returns to the helm and he takes the wheel again. What a dutiful captain. So dutiful. Alright. So we move forward. What do these commoners have to say? And the commoner. Zoran Xenius Kavik. Another soul. You see a flurry of matted white hair and an incandescent freeze-fire staff before you see the man, cold and wild. He chews a wizened apple slowly, discharging spell after spell into the jumble of villagers screeching their way towards him. Cold flame vents from his nose, and apple seeds shoot out the side of his mouth as he saunters forward, ignoring arrows and curses alike. A deliberate twist of his staff and a bullet of force glides through the torso of one assailant and another. A roar blisters in his throat as he launches himself into their midst, tearing into their essence with his staff. A pleading hand reaches towards him and quickly falls, ignored. Silence takes hold as the tattered man gathers his prize, a basket of fresh pears. He hums as he eats. Wow, all that for some pears. What a badass. He gives no fucks. Anybody over here worth a damn? No, just some commoners. Okay, we go forward. Just some more commoners. Let's see what they have to say. Okay, Justisar. What is it? I'm looking for the Temple of Bodega. Huh, if you say so. It's the first fire is just west of the Crucible Keep. Alright. Can I travel down these areas? See if there's anything worth a damn over here. Would it be stealing? No, guess not. So I'll give me some free apples. And vegetables and shit. How about this way? Doesn't really look like I can go over there. So we go in. Let's check the journal, see if there's anywhere I need to go. I just gotta find somebody. Take eat or wear. Temple of Bodega, so I can take him somewhere, which I'll check in Copper Lane real quick. See if there's anything in there.
Defiance Bay, the city at the heart of the Deerwoods Revolution, now seems on the brink of another. Refugees line the streets, homeless and hungry, displaced by White One's legacy, hoping for relief within the city walls, and finding none. Dissidents congregate to protest and to heckle, calling for an end to animancy and the ouster of their duke. The city's militiamen cast fearful looks as they patrol the streets, their hands trembling at the hilts of their weapons. The capital of a country that had not long ago incinerated a god now appears to be a spark away from sharing the deity's fate.
Well, that's too bad. Maybe I can come in and save it. Maybe not. If they're relying on me, I'd say this place is doomed. Alrighty then. Well, let's see what we can find. Commoners, some shit.
The city of Defiance, crown jewel of the Deerwood. If you ask the locals.
Protesters. What they're all protesting about. Let's find out. Uh-oh, can we allow them? No! Say something else, people. Just one person, really? Down with animancy.
Greetings.
New in town, eh? You've picked an interesting time to visit Defiance Bay. All these refugees fleeing the frontier and finding their legacies no better here. It's the Animancers. Mag and scorch 'em in the nest in the city like rats. You mark my words, though, us dozens are going to put a stop to it. I want to hear about these dozens. We're an organization of interested citizens who want to free Defiance Bay from the dangerous influence of Animancers and the tyranny of aristocrats who support them. We also consider ourselves a militia of sorts, seeing as the Crucible Knights are little more than a flock of preening noble in training these days. This guy's got a little fire under his belly. Eater says, just like the militia, the dozens, except for the training and the discipline and the code of honor. His eyes gleam, and we're always looking to expand. The more people see things our way, the better for the state of the country. You have any interest in hearing more? Stop by Admeth's Den sometime, the expedition hall. A lot of free thinkers in there can set straight all the nonsense the nobles and the Animancers want you to believe. Might even be paid work there for motivated types. I want to know more about Defiance Bay. This is the capital city of Free Palatinate of Deerwood. We started at the capital of the Aderian colony, but we booted the Flaccid Separate from these lands 150 years ago. These days we're a major port receiving trade and visitors from all over the world, but we, some of us anyway, strive to hold on to pioneering spirit that earned us our freedom a century and a half ago. The city is divided into 5 districts: Copper Lane, First Fires, Andra's Gift, Brackenburg, and Heritage Hall. Ticks off each one on a calloused finger. Tell me about Copper Lane. This here's Copper Lane. He taps the scuffed boot on the cobblestones. It's primarily a market district, but you also have the expedition hall directly north of here where you can join treks into the wilds. There's also where my fellow dozen martyrs and I tend to meet up with other concerned citizens. He points to a long domed building west of the north position, and that's the Hall of Revealed Mysteries. Eerie place if you ask me, but they've got the biggest library in Deerwood. Kind of laughs. Eerie indeed. Might be less so if more kith stepped aside. Perhaps we ought to visit Fingerbangard and see what the mysteries are revealed. Tell me about Brackenbury. The nobility that didn't sail back to Adir stayed there. Most of the families there trace their lineage back to the old imperial times. Other than a lot of has-been nobility, you've got Hadrit House, where Lady Webb and her spies operate, and Brackenbury Sanitarium, the main cesspit of animancy in the city. Spit on the cobblestones. Well, I want to hear about First Fires. It's where the revolution started, hence the name. These days it's overrun with politicians and panderers, but we'll take it back someday. That's where you'll find the Ducal Palace, the Valiant Assembly, and the Crucible Keep. He shakes his head. The Crucible Knights were the original freedom fighters in Defiance Bay, but now they're just strutting peacocks with their eyes on fancy titles and their heads up their asses. The old Temple of Odeka is there too. We keep it real nice for her, he winks. Tell me about Andra's Gift. Got the name because it was the wetland that was drained back in the imperial days. Now it's a seedy district populated by sailors, common folk, and more than a few thugs. But it's a fun place too if you know where to look. He winks and elbows you. Look for a place called Salty Mast when you're there. Other than that, it's mostly warehouses and abandoned homes. Tell me about Heritage Hill. He shivers. Used to be one of the more prestigious districts in the city. Heroes of the Revolution claim plots up there, next to an ancient Angwithian tower and the City of Symmetry. Had the best views in Defiance Bay. Attracts richer types these days. A lot of animancy patrons. He spits. He glances at the crowd and lowers his voice. You wouldn't have heard, but something happened over there a couple months ago. The authorities sealed it off, and they're keeping their mouths shut, but mark my words, animancy's to blame. Alright, let's talk about something else. What are you doing out here? Glances at the crowd with buzzes and angry chatter, trying to get the folk to see our reason. We're in the midst of a crisis, and instead of purging the nefarious forces from our city, the Duke is granting animancers dangerous liberties. What do you know about animancy? It's the study and manipulation of essence, which any sane person will tell you is the purview of the gods, the Adirians at least had the sense to outlaw it, which is the only good thing you could say about them. It's not like magic chanting or the soul readings those ciphers do. It's been around since ancient Ingwithian times, which is why you'll see animancers tinkering with old Ingwithian artifacts. Raises the fist to cough discreetly in it. Half-truths all, but he's an enthusiastic performer. I'll give him that. Shakes his head. Trouble is, the animancer's got no idea what half those artifacts actually do. Not that they'll admit it. Our emphatic friend is correct about one thing at least. Alright, well, farewell. Which way to go? Here's the marketplace, Goose and Fox. It's the expedition hall. Back to the world map, the house. Dormitory. Hall of Revealed Mysteries. First fires. The catacombs. This place looks cool. Statuesque woman has a gaze that could cut stone. She turns her chiseled cheekbones to the sky and favors you with the look of acknowledgement. Her eyes shimmer under silver eyeshadow and razor-precise line of call. Before you speak, she throws her hand up in dramatic fashion.
Well met, friend.
Autographs after the performance, please. Great art requires great concentration, and greatness is expected from the Revel of Stars. What is the Revel of Stars? We're the finest theater troupe in the city. Oh, my phone's dying. We believe that the best art is immersive and true to life. She looks at the amphitheater with a rapturous expression. We stage our performances right here in Copper Lane for the edification of all. I suppose I can spare a moment for a fan. What do you do? That depends entirely on the demands of the role. She lays a slender hand on her chest. I am the Pallid Knight, the Widow of the Wood, and the Warrior Queen Maka. All at different times. To live a different life each day is the glorious thing indeed, my friend. Does the Revel of Stars take in any new members? But of course, good drama is a balm to the soul, and we wish to offer a true theatrical experience to as many as possible. Ooh, what kind of members do you take? Well, take in a new and old and tall and small, the experienced and inexperienced, whoever is best suited to fulfill the role to the utmost. How long do you keep them? As long as they are able to satisfy the demands of their roles. She smooths a wayward strand of hair. True acting can be a grueling process, so some last longer than others. Okay, deuces. So dramatic. Or maybe I made it so. Let's adjust it over there. Southern man paces back and forth, taking short, hobbled steps. His gaze is distant, and beneath it are the dark reins of many restless nights. He appears to be having a conversation with someone who isn't there. And the way you fought, cutting down two at a time. We shared quite a victory, you and I. The man looks up at you, startled. Oh, by the flame. For just a moment I thought I heard her. Puts a hand on his chest, catching his breath. What troubles you? Just the memories of my youth in the Norwatch Rangers. Trials and adventures from a long time ago. He shakes his head. Of late, the memory of lost battles and fallen friends has been especially vivid. Tell me about these memories. It's been nearly 60 years. We were known throughout the dear wood then. You thought we'd adventure together forever, collecting coppers and inspiring songs. The wrinkles around his eyes deepened. That was until we faced Helig of Thine. He was a wizard whose experiments in necromancy left a trail of bodies, some reanimated from the Solus Vale to the Midwood. We tracked him as he fled toward the valley in republics, catching him just west of the Lake of Down Tombs. We were fools. Seasoned as we were not prepared for his foul magic. Our numbers were nothing against his power. A wiser man would have ordered a retreat, not me. By some curse of the gods, I was knocked out. When I awoke, my rangers, my Ronya, they were all dead. He holds an empty air in his arms. Who is Rona? My friend, my comrades in arms, and my love. We planned to adventure together until we grew old enough to settle down and enjoy our fortunes. Young as we were, we couldn't imagine anything would tear us apart. I know this sounds like an old man's madness, but I hear her, a voice just over my shoulder calling to me in my dreams. At night I see her wandering the catacombs beneath the city, trying to escape. Foolish as it sounds, I cannot shake the idea that she's somehow down there, waiting for me. I've even ventured below, though it damn near cost me my life. He hesitates. Were I half the warrior I was in my youth, I'd search every grave and rat hole. As it is, I'm stuck with this feeble body and the agonizing notion that my love is somehow down there, beyond my help. I'll chase him. Tears spring to his eyes. There's an entrance just southwest of here, on the other side of the canal. He sniffs and wipes, says, "You truly are a gift from the gods, if there's anything you can find of her." Okay. I want to track that one. That sounds like a cool quest to do. Enter the catacombs. The catacombs are pretty close to me, right? Yeah. Who is Skinflint? Oh, soul I can read. Okay. You see an old dwarf counting coins behind a grimy shop window, hair limp with grease and sweat, a sneer playing around the edges of his pinched mouth. The bargains of the day lie scattered across the table, from tarnished tattered jewelry to acid-encrusted dagger lying precariously near the edge. His half-nose twitches in anticipation as a customer enters, a disheveled young noble. Once white doublé stained with a life gone wrong. Eyes dart behind him, searching for pursuit before he dumps the contents of his Hessian bag on the table. The dwarf leans forward, fingers flicking through the silverware and assorted goblets. He shakes his head emphatically, sneered, fully settled, shoving the items back at the man. The man pleads, begs, eyes rolling, panicked in their sockets, asking for something, anything. A few silvers. The dwarf leers and tosses 3 copper pans on the table. Desperate, the young noble tears a signet ring from his finger, to the dwarf's ill-concealed delight. A few more coppers go into the pile, and the defeated man, swearing stitches under his breath, exits the shop. The venerable dwarf grins at his good fortune, picking food out of his 2 sharp teeth as he examines his haul. What a swindler!
Thorgrim's fire casts light in dark places.
Well, let's dead initiate here. In the air, without warning, the soul hurries towards you as though you were a solitary light in the dark gloom. This place has come to usher it away. Its essence invades your consciousness. You're in a different body now, walking deeper into the catacombs, cloaked in a dark robe and a mask pulled over your face. You're following a familiar path along the canal, heading to a room built around a statue of a figure wearing a robe much like yours. Others await, clothed in hoods and shadows. Ahead is another figure dressed like you, traveling in the same direction. You don't know his name, and that's how it's supposed to be. Out of the darkness, something monstrous grabs the other figure. You turn to flee, but find yourself face to face with the troll. The panic pounding through your brain is interrupted by razor-edged teeth and claws. You snap yourself out of the dead man's memories. The corpse lies on the damp and grimy ground. His hood and mask are missing, and his clothes are shredded. Well, I think it might be safe to assume that there's trolls down here, guys. Slow mode. Why would I ever do that? Fast mode? No. Normal mode. Let's open this door. There's some ooze there. We're just going to charge in. Let's take out these oozes real quick, see if there's any treasures to behold. Looks like I'm gonna get those. Go ahead and move into this room a little bit. Yeah, there's a couple things I can fuck with here. What's that? A balloon. Alright, got something we can read here. Got some monies. Alright, these are people that donated to this game. The Ferns of Wollongong. Miss you, Eminem. Love you more. XXXOOO. Warlock Wormblade. The Swedish Chef. Jebediah Jiggler. I hope they don't put anything too cliche on the gravestone. Adrian the Lurker Sparksman. Or Sparkman. I think, therefore, you are the Lurker. Thomas Giblin. The rain in the astral plane falls mainly on the elder brain. Tom Rigney. Here lies Tom Rigney, an atheist, all dressed up and nowhere to go. Mikael Thomas Holmes. When logic and proportion have fallen sloppy dead, and the White Knights is talking backwards, and the Red Queen's off with her head. Remember what the Dormouse said. Feed your head, Chris W. May you always be a seeker of truth, for ignorance is the greatest crime one can inflict upon themselves, and in doing so lets the lies and evils of the world go unchallenged. Tobias Tirecell, nothing. Ulysses says, once tormented, now eternal. Untra, wait, and hope. User, Eureka! And so Herefin, lost in the White March, I owe you one. Basark, I'm not really dead, I'm just pretending. Clorn, working with the Lord of Justice to end the tyranny of the Harbingers of Death across the realms, and still cheaper than Van Dune. Remember, dirt cannot be cursed. Verodi, we all have the debt to nature due. I've paid mine, and so must you. Johnny Bear, in memory of his wallet, may the pillars of eternity guide its contents to proper use. Tula Lunaris says, I have no idea what I'm doing, and that is the end of that. So we move out.
If thou philophily.
There's our first troll.
What?
Gonna knock this troll down.
Fight on, my
Okay. I see. It's immune. What do you know? Alright, there goes the troll. Time to finish off this ooze. Goodbye.
Hey, do you mind? The dozens. Pretty sure you won't find one among them who stood within 100 miles of that bridge when the Godhammer went off. Too bad, too. Then there'd be less of them.
Still call it the bomb they blew up Wadewind with. Don't know much other than that. Anything kills the living god, guess you gotta name it. Those 12 Deerwoodens stood outside Halglat Citadel waiting for Wadewind to cross the bridge there. Had to hold him there long enough for the Godhammer to detonate, so that's what they did. Nothing serious, nothing I don't have against a lot of folks. Anyways, the dozens, they like to take things in their own hands. It gets ugly sometimes. We don't have them in the Guild of Vale, but they'd be right at home there. They picked that name so they could do what they wanted and feel like it was right. Got nothing to do with honor or sacrifice. They like to invoke Magrin then, and Magrin too, when they especially want to feel right. Somehow I don't think she'd be too impressed with that lot. I'm sure she'd like to set them on fire anytime they use her name, but the gods probably got rules against that kind of thing. Sure, I just can't think of any off the top of my head. I shouldn't say that. There's a group of Ethosians, the night market. They still do right by their god. Helped get a lot of people to safety during the purges. Easy to forget about though, because they have to work in secret. You could think that people like the dozens for that too. Good idea.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
I'm gonna go this way. I remember the troll came from that way, so we'll try to double back. See if we can find anything. Take out this ooze. Easy peasy.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
Okay. Go up here. See what's worth finding. Clear out this room here. Nothing in here. So easy peasy so far.
You should see this.
Yeah. Disarm, bitch. all kinds of things to read in here. All kinds of things to get in here too, it would seem. Ah, yeah, lockpicks. Victory. Sweet, sweet victory. Better deactivate that slow mode shit.
That's unusual.
Nice. Nice. What's Finn Walkers? Nice. Alright, get the fuck out of here. Back to it, I suppose. I think this is the last room. Certainly make it seem like there's nothing here, except for this hole in the wall. So I might be able to break through. Alright, so now we're gonna go down. I'm gonna go check out where that troll came from.
Let's see what lies this way.
Let's indeed. Go all the way out over here. Alright. Doesn't look like there's anything there. See what's around these corners here. Here's some weird sounds down here. Sporlings. Okay, time to go. Oh boy.
We're down one.
Not too alarming.
That's it!
Certainly. Oh?
I fear we've lost the angry one.
Is he dead? I don't think I can deal with him being dead. I think I've perma-lost the angry one. That's too bad.
Lavaru, be on seek! That's not very helpful.
He lives. Just barely. Wow. Almost lost him. Quick save after that shit.
Hey,
Certainly.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
Let's fuck up this dang score.
A blade in the dark.
Alright, so there's something I can find down there.
Brave thou
To whispers and shadows.
Getting somewhere. Let's go this way. Clear all this out first. Another entrance. Let's check this room out. Looks like a bunch of nothing in here pretty much. Except for this. Cool morning star. Go ahead and explore this way a little bit. Oh, ooze. Another ooze. The life of an ooze.
Sharp eyes and keen ears.
Cover up here a little bit. We'll go back down and get to that room.
Let us end this!
brave thou Philod believe.
Nice.
To whispers and shadows.
See what's up in here. More shit I can explore. Check this room out. Ooh, it goes down. Alright, so that's the way I need to go to get further into the catacombs, so I'm going to keep exploring. If any of my fellow RPGers know, going the right way is the wrong way. Skeletal fighter, huh? Well, let's get it, bitch. Let's get you guys knocked over.
Yes? That's it!
Nice. Took those down pretty easily. Kitten took some damage, but I guess that's how it goes sometimes.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
A couple more skeletal fighters up here. Yeah. Let's drag him this way. Fight this guy solo. His friends be unaware. fucking suck, dude.
Let's see what lies this way.
Oh man. Couple skeletal wizards. We're gonna take those fuckers out first.
That's it! That's it!
Nice, nice, nice.
That's not what I meant by trying others.
Certainly.
Hell fucking yeah. Dope. This fucking thing needs enchanted, that's for damn sure. Alright. Go up here, steal some shit. Some gold. Which way do we go now? Let's go this way.
To whispers and shadows.
Cool. Pistol.
What do you suppose that... What do you suppose that... that bally thing is?
Very nice.
Certainly. What do you suppose... Suppose that...
That's what they got. We got your back.
Owie. Once everybody's up, it's time to rest. Can't go in like that.
To whispers
Shit
and
hurts.
shadows.
A lone figure in tattered robes shuffles across the chamber, muttering under his breath. As you approach, the figure halts and swivels its head towards you. Its haggard visage is a labyrinth of wrinkles and sores overgrown by a moss-like beard. What's this? Who disturbed Hellig's work? Its voice rattles and gurgles like that of a drowning man. He leans back and bursts into raucous laughter as threadbare robes drift apart, revealing an amulet and a ragged wound running from chest to throat. It spatters a black, vicious fluid on the ground with every cackle. That old fool is still alive. I do hope he still doesn't bear a grudge for that incident. It was so very long ago. Seems to restrain another bout of chuckling. Oh, you could say that. If you were to retrieve my grimoire from Modred, I'll let you in on the secret. You could try, but then you'll just end up dead.
Great.
Easy peasy. Damn, get murdered. Wrecked. Dudes didn't stand a chance. Nice scepter, nice grimoire, nice robe, nice amulet. A soul prowls within the bloodstone like a caged Stelgare. It's filled with a fierce, restless energy. Who are you? See an image in your mind of a woman in heavy leather bearing twin daggers. Next to her is a man, young and handsome, who calls her Ronya. The vision shifts to a windswept plain next to a lake. 50 men and women in matching leathers lay dead, their bodies contorted and deformed by some sinister sorcery. Ronya falls among them, her body collapsing next to the young man you saw earlier. She's too weak to speak, but the name Dalton appears in your mind. One figure strides across the battlefield, barely bothering to step over the corpses. His eyes are filled with an unnatural light and are fixed on Ronya. He reaches out to her, and what little life remained in her body departs. When he takes the amulet from around her neck, you feel her anguished soul trapped within it. With a final contemptuous glance at the fallen Dalton, the man departs. Soul pulses with warmth. It fills your mind with memories of a young man who's both bold and generous. But fury and despair gnaw those images away until all you can feel are cold crimson walls pressing against you and something loathsome feeding off you as the years fade to decades. The amulet shattering and the soul rising and dissipating among the stars.
Certainly. Sharp eyes and keen ears.
Alright, so cleared some things out of there. Let's travel a little forward and maybe down. Look at us just triggering traps. We give no fucks.
If thou
What the fuck are we fighting? Alright, one in that room. That's where we're going. Oops. Nasty. Okay, let's get to sneaking.
Keeping an eye out.
Who are you? A small Orland man appears to have pulled together some crates and scraps of cloth to make a rather sorry-looking little camp. The thick fur on his limbs is matted, and his clothing smeared with the blackened grime. He looks startled as you enter, his eyes widening in alarm.
Good day to you.
Hello there. Wasn't expecting any visitors down in these parts. He glanced around the room. What are you doing down here? I've been a little down on my luck lately. Didn't have anywhere to stay, so I thought I'd come down here. Nobody pokes around in the catacombs much. Not until you, anyway. Yeah, I guess that's plain enough to see. Very well, it's true. I've been hiding from the knights down here, but it isn't what you think. It was an accident. It's been hard for me here in Defiance Bay. I suppose I thought if I get involved in city business, if I made the right friends, I would get easier in time. And it did, really. I made a name for myself, a place. People actually listen to me when I talk. Well, they used to. People can get very passionate about these things we were discussing. I think it was shipping agreements of all the things to fight over. This one night, this man, he got very angry. I think he'd had a little too much at the end. And I guess he didn't like an Orland talking back at him. I struck him, he came towards me, and I hit him. He came over, and he went over like a tree. I guess he struck his head on the way down. Turns out he was a knight. Crucible knights won't care how it happened. They just want me gone. They won't let me live long enough to see the rope. Please. I just want to get out of this city. The second I can get money for passage, I won't trouble anyone again. I swear I'll live quietly, but you can't. Please, you can't tell him I'm here. What should I do? Well, I decided his fate. Don't know if it was the right one. But I sent him away. And that's how it goes. Now I get all of his goods. Bitch. Nice, more lockpicks and a camping supply. Love it. Especially since I'm thinking about going further down in this motherfucker. So I couldn't figure out what opened up that area over there. So I guess the best thing for me to do is to just go down further, see what really there is to offer. I could go complete that quest, but who knows, maybe I could pick something up down there, you know? Oh, a nice pair of gloves, really? Well, shit. I sent him to prison. Maybe I can go and rep with dry deer food. Oh, damn, dude. I didn't know. I just didn't know. I wonder if there's anything down here, though. About to go find out. It's my first playthrough, by the way. Anarchy. Really liking the game so far. Have you beaten it? Three times, huh? Damn. It's quite a bit. I really like it, man. It's a fun game. It reminds me of a nice cross between like Dragon Age and Diablo. Older roadman. In front of you looms the ghostly, hollow image of the man who was present at your awakening. He casts a pale, sickly light in the dank corridors as he regards you. Fuck that guy, I remember him.
You are from Kratom, my boy.
His words are an echo in your mind from a time long past. You know your response before you speak it, as if it has always been.
A remarkable city. Truly one of the most impressive we have encountered outside of our own. Many exceptional people who have joined our cause come from Kratom.
Okay.
What made you decide to join our order? They will smile upon your service as long as it is performed in earnest.
Yay.
Are you ready to take the oath?
I suppose I am. Collected tax and I lost some to the bandits. Those bastards! Time to hire somebody. Or two. 50 CP. Damn, it's getting more and more expensive. And get my warden back. Alright, I'm gonna be broke. But at least my place is defended.
Hello? Hello?
Alright, let's see here. Screw you guys. Guys, what are you doing here? You don't look like one of the masked lot. Give money. Perhaps you can look the other way. No, I'm using my intellect. Alright, then go on and report to the Acolyte. She'll give you your assignment. They should just be finished with the reading. As far as I can tell, we're underneath First Fires, probably under that ruined temple. Word of advice, friend, don't ask questions, just go and do what you're told. Tell me about a mercenary. More mercenaries, more mercenaries. Stuff to steal? Can I? I'll fight all these guys for something good. Oh, hell yeah. It's not stealing. So we move on. You just lead the way there, mercenary.
What do you suppose that bally thing is?
Hey, purple. Hey. Good shit. Good shit. I didn't even pay attention to see if that was stealing. Ooh, could have got myself in some trouble. So you beat it 3 times. Have you tried to do different things each time? Yeah, just a little bit. How'd you know?
Back you, Claude! Those hooded fiends are nigh to be trusted!
What? It's nothing. I'm fine. This probably isn't the best place to linger anyhow. What? He sounded like a damn dwarf there. What the hell was that about?
Nice and quiet.
Yeah, man, how'd you know I went to the Endless Pass a little bit? Oh, did I get old boy here, maybe? But I got him before I went in there. Oh boy, what's about to happen in here? Several shrouded figures are lined up across from a hooded woman. The figure at the head of the line approaches her, and the woman places her outstretched hand on the stranger's forehead. They stand in silent communion as you look on. A few moments later, the stranger steps aside and resumes his place in the circle among the statue. Hand in key armor. Oh, dead giveaway. Yeah, I might want to do it a little differently. I might next time be super evil. Brothers and sisters, an intruder. Oh my god! No! Alright, shrouded woman. You gotta die, honey. Or maybe I gotta die. Who knows? Who knows what's gonna happen here? Get knocked down. Uh-oh. This is gonna hurt a lot, isn't it? Man, I got rocked. Okay. Ruh-roh. One more time. Knock these motherfuckers down. You're gonna need to get the hell out of here soon, man. Nope, there goes my wizard. Oh shit, did I hit these fuckers all the way over there? Are they coming for me now? I'm gonna die. This is all over for me, man. Tune in at just the right time. Ow. He just knocked the hell out of me. Who to kill, man? Who to kill? I'm better off just loading the game. That was brutal. This looks pretty recent. Yeah, man, I'm really liking this game so far. It's, you know, it's got a lot of decision making, and I like it. And plus, I like the, you know, when you go through like the catacombs, like I'm going through now, or places that have burial grounds, you get to see, you know, the people that contributed to this game. It's a good success story to read about, you know. Nope. I uncovered a lot more than that. There had to be something that saved. There we go, that was the most recent one. Alright, I'll just probably back out of this area right now. Alright.
Certainly.
I had to go through all this again because I pretty much died in there, man.
You are from Kratu, my boy. What made you decide to join our order? Are you ready?
To whispers and shadows.
I'm gonna go north this time, see what I can find up here. A bunch of fucking nothing. Clearly I can get past that, but I do not know how. Alright, so now I can go in. I'll go get all this stuff south real quick.
Hello? Hello?
What do you suppose that bally thing is?
Okay. Go down here, get that thing. And then I'll go north this time. I wonder what that was all about with Aloth over there.
I'll have it in no time. How do you do?
Lone figure paces back and forth, muttering to himself. He jumps when he sees me, his hands by the flames. You startled me. Where's your mask? No, don't let anyone inside see you without it. You're keen on anonymity. Can I borrow your hood? Of course not. That guy would kill me and make sure, for sure, if I approached her without it. Need something else? I'll be ready for the initiations meeting soon, honest. This must be your first time. The Acolyte communicates with each of us individually to hear our progress on old tasks and assign us new ones. It's a unique process. She's a cipher, so she can speak to you without words. Fascinating until you realize she can probably read your thoughts just as easily. Only when I absolutely need to. We protect the secrets of the gods, so discretion is essential. We receive our instructions from the Acolyte just as she receives hers from someone else, and so on, right up to the Grandmaster. Our role is to obey, knowing as little about the overall plan and each other as possible. How can you be confident you're doing the right thing when you know so little? You shouldn't even be asking. Whatever they are, they're secrets for a reason. Our job is to guard them, not to know them. It's easy. The leading key has been around for ages by the blessing of the gods. You only have to look around to see the perils of trying to usurp divine power. Killing the god in the Saints' War has cursed us all. And the heresy of animancy has only worsened matters, trying to replace the soul, and you inevitably end up with a monster. It's been a warning. There are some powers we shouldn't have been entrusted with important work. It's an honor, but not without its challenges. When practicing the passphrases, I know them backward and forwards, but I get so nervous every time I think of repeating them in the Acolyte. You can practice on me. Okay, here goes. State your name and purpose. Answer. My name belongs to the gods, and my hand to their service. I better type that down. Okay, so when the question is, state your name and purpose, I answer, my name belongs to the gods, and my hand to their service. The second question is, what company do I seek? Answer, I seek the company of shadows that our labors may remain secret. I'm gonna fucking totally infiltrate this. Alright, that should be enough for me to continue. Oh, third question, shit. Gotta type more. Tell me of your labors. To see the craft of Keth, and Wilder does not disturb the bones. And the fourth, how do we know our purpose? You shall know it by the confession of tongue. Tongue, the deeds of my hand, and soul. Okay, cool. Here we go. Going back in. Riddles upon riddles. What bones the gods have buried. It's very dramatic, isn't it? Oh, I'm sorry. Please continue. Fifth question. How is your oath guarded? It is sealed by the leading key. That wasn't so hard. I was like, you got it. Goodbye. Time to put on this hood. Totally stole it from that motherfucker. Where's it at? Where's it at? Maybe it's in our inventory. There it is. Cool. Alright. I'm gonna look cool with this on. Oh yeah. Look like Dormammu. Oh yeah, I did get some pretty cool boots. You're gonna need those, Bucky. Alright. I am so freaking ready, I think. Sorry guys, it took so long. Not gonna read those. Those are too long for even me.
I want to see what I can do.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick this easy peasy.
The work of a moment.
Okay, let's hope for something a little more lucrative. Okay, now I'm going to go in there and mess up with them. Or mess around with them anyways. Now that I got that hood. But, you know, before I go in there, maybe a quick save or something like that. Let's see if Aloth has that vision again. Yeah, he does.
Back, ye Claude! Those hooded fiends are nigh to be trusted!
Okay. Okay, so they're not to be trusted. F5. All Alright, let's do this alone. Woman towards me. You are late, attendant. Even though her face is concealed, you sense her rage and her dangerously low voice, and in the sudden silence of the others in the chamber.
I've been waiting on your reports. Quickly now, state your name and purpose.
Okay.
What company do you seek? Tell me of your labors.
Okay.
How do we know your purpose?
Easy
And
peasy.
how is your oath guarded?
Super
Welcome,
easy.
attendant. Tell me of your exploits. Does he wait still? Did they arrive?
Acquisition takes you out to Defiance Bay and wilderness with watermill signposts at Deerwood. Several figures huddled together in cloaks and hoods. An image of ruin suddenly looms in your mind. Two skeletal effigies flank a cleft in the mountainside. Did they arrive?
Your information shall be relayed. Now, for your next task.
The ruins fade from your mind in their place, a palimpsest neighborhood. Run down estates are cobbled around a cemetery and an ancient tower. Savage shapes prowl the streets, and in the tower a man hunches over a strange mechanism. You can't see him clearly, but there's something unnatural
Stop
about him.
And above all, don't let him meet her.
The acolyte shows you a door in the base of a tower, sealing an impenetrable slab of stone and copper, but then she shows you the invisible split between the perfectly matched halves, and you understand how copper veins convert a command into action. The command comes to your mind, a surprisingly familiarity about it. You know how to open the door. Easy peasy. I shouldn't ask any of these. I feel like if I ask these questions, I'm gonna die. Already seen these three things. Oh, I'm so gonna die. If I click that, I'm just gonna say farewell. Anybody get a level? I'd like to see how close I am. A couple thousand.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
Nice. Let's see if there's anything else worth stealing. Money! Always love the money. Time to GTFO, noob. Alright. Yeah, it was all the first questions, or all the first answers. Easy peasy. I wonder what would have happened if I'd have killed them all. I got that one pretty good item. Gotta go in there and find it now. Already got some of those, alright. Okay, fine. Don't teach it to me. Alright, I got a lot of shit I need to sell.
A moment, please. I feel I should explain myself.
ghost
come to
hovers in the
pay
middle
your
of the room,
respects to the
even
queen
as the
that
spirit's form
was.
shifts and swirls, it retains the face of the elderly man, robes that mark wealth and status. It turns to you. Worshipping
Woodeka, the exiled queen and oathbinder. I come every day to offer my devotion. I'd love nothing more than to book passage back to Adia, but it is my emperor's wish that I serve in these barbaric lands. And so I do.
Oh, that's alright, Anarchy. I'm not worried about your grammar, dude. I'm just happy to have somebody checking me out, man. Thanks, I appreciate it. It's truly a pity to see the locals have done the Wokedeck as a house of worship.
Lord Ardwellen Rugfold III, and pleased to make your acquaintance. I came to the Deerwood on one of the first ships from Adia, and unlike the yokels and hut dwellers around here, I still keep to the old ways. A queen among the gods. She oversees laws and oaths. Everything has a rightful place, and Woodeka watches over them all.
Okay.
Of course, not everyone accepts this. Even among the other gods, her authority is questioned. But Woodeka is also goddess of memory and vengeance, and she remembers. She'll remember every slight and trespass when she reclaims her throne. I beg your pardon? A madhouse. That's what this town really needs.
Okay. Fair enough. I want to talk to you too.
About my episode in the catacombs. There's something I should have told you earlier.
Meant no harm. I thought I could keep to myself. And when we resolve the matter of your soul, we would also address my problem.
I also have an awakened soul. But unlike yours, mine is a presence that shares my senses and my skin, making herself manifest at the most unwelcome times.
He closes his eyes and grits his teeth, his lips quiver and twitch with the vestiges of some internal debate. Several seconds later, he opens his eyes again. They're watery and bloodshot.
I'm sorry.
They have a madhouse here,
I'm trying
huh?
to learn to control Isilmir. I've gotten stronger, but so has she. Artless, uncouth, a creature of rash impulses and feeble faculties. She wags her impertinent tongue when she should listen. Aye, this one's fit to boil. Hard to get this gaff over anything tisn't to do with books and spell speak.
None of her memories spare me that much, but her coarse manners and intolerable hill speak suggest a chronicle from a very, very long time ago. She tends to surface a hair's breadth from conflict when the fuses burn down and the teeth are on edge. And when she shows up, she doesn't stop to gauge the situation, she just acts. Cues or vulgarisms? He rolls his eyes and crosses his arms over his chest. I've had to live with that hayseed for years. There's nothing to be learned from her. Nothing civilized, anyways. He frowns, looking away.
I learned to keep her a secret a very long time ago. Those with awakened souls are shunned, mistrusted. And after your experience with Meerwald, I'm certain you can see why. You need to be careful. Merely an annoyance. Although
he lowers his voice and claps his hands behind his back. Minute twitches and spasms once the art betrays
Defiance
fidgeting.
Bay is said to have an entire institution dedicated to the study and cure of soul-related ailments. Since our journeys have already brought us to the city, perhaps we could speak with someone there. Thank you. This has been a great burden.
My father was a strict man. He expected the best from his only child, and he didn't tolerate failure. His face becomes drawn. At times, he could be rather adamant. particularly when he'd be drinking. Islamir manifested on one such occasion. To be honest, I don't remember the specifics, only that he was more careful with me after that. He said he'd learned to hide her a long time ago. Mother instructed me to keep her a secret as after she first emerged. She feared that knowledge of my awakening would render me an outcast. Even though this proved useful against my father, I trusted my mother's advice, and I've since come to see the wisdom behind it. Marowal is an extreme example, but one that I can relate to more and more each year. Her usurpations are uncomfortable enough. I'm not eager to invite her into my consciousness more than necessary. Indeed. Okay, that's it. Well, I gotta take him to the madhouse, apparently. I wonder where said madhouse is. I'm gonna go back to Copper Lane. Now let's see what I find along the way. Nobles. Ooh yeah, take me to Copper Lane. Now, this one in there. Dormitory, no. No. That's where I got told to go. I wonder if there's some sort of shop in here I can go to. Try here. Someone recently stole something from here, apparently.
I'd wager there are more than a few banned books in here.
I'd wager so too. Ooh, part of a soul. You see nothing at first. Inky darkness filling your vision. The dust of eons flooding your nose. You hear a strike, and a torch gutters into flame, revealing a man without a face and a library of books flickering in the dull orange glow. He moves to the closest shelf, sliding the torch into a socket, and gingerly pulls a black-bound book into his trembling hands. He flicks through it lovingly, caressing each page before turning to the next and the next. Finally, he finishes, placing the book in a satchel to his side, and takes down the torch. He spends hours wandering, reading, collecting, until his satchel is as thick as he himself and half as heavy. Begins to make his way back to the entrance. With a barely audible sigh, he draws two decaying doors closed and the torch is extinguished. Okay. Let's see if this is considered stealing. Sure is. Read it up a little bit, I guess. Let's talk to Fexa.
Hello.
tones as I approach. You're welcome to browse the stacks, but mind that you keep your voice down. This is still a temple, after all, and Grimda doesn't tolerate disorder. That's because it is. Whale is the god of mysteries and answers, encryption and decryption, concealment and revelation. Its guidance comes from the understanding of the unknown and the protection of hidden knowledge. The Hall of Revealed Mysteries was built to celebrate that. To think that there's such a place in the Deerwood, incredible. I'd love a glimpse of the archives. How many secrets must sit upon these shelves? Fascinating, isn't it? Temples dedicated to Whale tend to hold vast stores of knowledge. We use that knowledge to unravel and preserve the mysteries of the world. Anything else? Tell me about yourself. I'm a scrivener and devotee of the Whale. It's my duty to look after our records and resources. Her chest swells with pride. Who's Grimda? Why, she's the High Archivist. She's one of the most accomplished scholars alive today. Nothing goes on here without her knowing about it. Almost nothing, anyway. She scratches behind her ear. Should probably tread lightly around her today. Very well. Let's talk to this priest. Excuse me. Just scriveners. Nobody that's really worth a damn, I'd say. Check this. Read these books here. Yeah. Yeah. All kinds of books to be reading. Everything's a stealing, though. Okay.
Hail, traveler.
Nellie Jorf surveys the stacks. Her skin looks as tough and wrinkled as a walnut. Despite her stature, she manages to look down her nose at you. You're welcome to look around, but let the priests and scriveners continue their search. She shoots the nearest robed figure with a withering glare. Why don't you give them any other excuses? What are they looking for? Could you now? She scrubs. You certainly couldn't do worse than this lot, anyway. Thieves made off with an ancient scroll of Whale. They intended to blaspheme by selling that which should remain hidden, a secret of the 100 Visions. The guards caught one of them, but were overzealous in their interrogation, and all they could piece together was something about a farmhouse and a road to Deerford. Track the thieves down. I don't care what you do with them, but bring back the scroll. Whale rewards the persistent seeker, and so do I. An ancient scroll of Whale, there's a fine prize. I mean, a worthy task. What else do you need? And questions about the scroll. Ask. Seems odd that a few burglars managed to steal from a place like this. Huffs and squares her shoulders. Some secrets Whale keeps even from me. Whale is a god of secrets. If I told you that, I'd cheapen it, wouldn't I? It's a parable. The kind of that nourishes the inquisitive mind and poisons the foolish. Very little, except that they were foolish to believe they could steal from the god of secrets. That, and they were fleeing to a farmhouse. However you can. Kill them, rob them, leave them. It makes no difference to me. I'll consider it one of Whale's mysteries. I'm the High Archivist of the Hall of Revealed Mysteries. She coughs loudly into her fist, and I am too old and too busy to be bothered with inane questions. Even just one or two, he sighs. I'd like to know more about the Whale. That's a rub, isn't it? Whale is the god of things hidden and revealed. The more of the 100 Visions one sees, the more one has yet to discover. Though we often call Whale he who sees and is not seen, it is neither male nor female. To assign any definitive characteristics to the Whale is to miss another essential part of its divinity. 100 Visions, a term of reverence for Whale's many revelations. Despite the name, they're infinite. Each epiphany leads to yet another enigma. Okay, deuces. Alright, so I want to track that quest. Mention an abandoned farm on the path to Deerford. Where would that be? I wonder if I could get in without anyone knowing. Nearing 3 a.m. What do you know? Okay, explored there. Let's see what these two are chit-chatting about. Start with the historian. Ooh, a soul. See a small crowd gathering near the entrance to a temple. This man stands against the wall, the crowd forming a semicircle around him. He speaks with a calm, measured tone, his soothing voice carrying over the sounds of the surrounding city. He speaks of the world, history, the gods, and religion. He speaks of cooking, brewing, children raising, and old wives' tales. There does not seem to be a subject he lacks at least a passing knowledge in. People ask him questions and he answers them in turn, sometimes being detailed and in depth, other times only giving a general answer. Regardless of what is said, all of his answers seem to hit the heart of what was asked. Each person satisfies with what they've learned. People come and go from the crowd, its size growing and shrinking, but never completely dissipating. Hours pass, and he never seems to tire, sharing his knowledge with anyone who would benefit from it. As the light of day wanes, the group finally growing small enough that he draws everything to a close. As he gathers his belongings and prepares to leave, a man approaches him, asking why he does this. He asks for no money, no food, what benefit is gained from his actions. He looks at the man gathering his thoughts and tells him simply, knowledge brings wisdom. That is my faith. That was a pretty good read. Let's see what this soul has to say for Oleg. You see a dark room, its contents in disarray. The blinds are pulled against the light, and the sounds of shouting and running can be heard outside. This man moves through a house, throwing items into a bag. He wraps up some food, collects some clothes, and searches through a chest for various odds and ends that resemble magical components. He stops at a bookshelf and quickly scans the spines, running his finger along them to help keep his place. He sighs, sliding his finger across the spines again, mumbling to himself. Finally, he chooses the couple of titles and takes them from the shelves, adding them to the assortment of items he has already gathered. A small group of squirrels and birds watch him as he passes through the rooms, moving almost as a single entity. They are trying to stay near him, but it also seem to know to stay out of his way. He's obviously in a hurry, but he maintains a deliberate demeanor about everything he does. The outer door bursts open with an explosive sound, causing animals to scatter. Terrified, the man turns, bringing a hand up, holding a book in his other, whispering something that can barely be heard. Ice crystals begin to form at the tips of his fingers, crackling against the heat of the room. He sees the man standing in the doorway and immediately drops his hands, the ice vanishing as quickly as it appeared. The man in the doorway gestures, telling him to hurry, and points toward the horizon somewhere outside. The man in the house dismisses him with a wave, saying he's almost done here and will be coming soon. He scans the dwelling one more time, searching for something he might have missed. Satisfied, he leaves, not even bothering to close the door. Outside he can see people, all prepared as he is, traveling away from the town, away from the rising plumes of smoke on the horizon. That was a decent one, too. Most of those are pretty good. There's a couple of them that are kind of boring, I think. What is in here? A dormitory, huh?
Light, flame, and sound.
Shouldn't be noticed stealing these. Nobody in here to see me. See what I can steal. Let's see what Corrin has to say.
How do you do?
Whale's eyeless face, you are one short ogre. Why are you green, and how are you getting the ducks to keep flying around you like that? Smoked a lot of white leaf to get your hands on some snowcap. Snowcap, snowcap. So few people know snowcap, much less ogres. He beams at you and nods his head. You're a scrivener? Yes, I am a scrivener. I read books, I write books. I once ate a book, but only because it looked like sweet pie. Perhaps it was sweet pie baked to look like a book. Interesting. Oh. I'm also a collector of herbs, flowers, plants. I sell them. Mostly I eat them. Tell me about the dormitory. It's where the scriveners who work at the hall and revealed mysteries sleep. I'm a scrivener. He sniffs. This place smells like old stockings. Yeah, let me see what you got for sale, motherfucker. Cool. Alright. Time for me to sell some stuff. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of 3 of those. Get rid of 3 of these. Get rid of 3 of those. Quite a few of those. 1 of those. Keep it going. Actually, I'm gonna keep that. Just in case, you never know. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Keep it. Get rid of it. Get rid of all these pieces of shit. Excuse me. Get rid of those books. That's it, huh? That's all I got. Hoped I had more money. More shit worth a damn. I guess I could sell these. Don't really use them anyhow. Let's see all these herbs you had, motherfucker. Keep that in mind. Yeah, I gotta get through what I'm currently upgrading. But I should have a little bit more gold now.
Laying low.
I'll have it in no time.
You do.
The work of a moment.
Okay.
I'll see what I can find.
Alright. Get out of this motherfucker. I wonder where that farmhouse is. Ah, I got a weird glitch. Okay. Yeah, I'll go there. Go inside this house and maybe it'll reset the glitch I got going on. Tab or nothing's working. Kinda sucks. So, of all the times that you've played, is there any class that you think is your favorite or anything like that? You know, is there anything that really stands out to you that you really liked to keep you coming back so much? See if that tab button works again. There we go.
And what does the flame reveal?
Gods keep you.
Well now, new face. Welcome, friend. Name's Pernisk. And this, he gestures to the room around, is my humble abode, a place of business. And I hope you're here to do some business. Seems like a lot of guards for one man. Sure right, very perceptive. This business attracts some less pleasant types. Sometimes the clientele get a little pushy. And every so often someone even turns out to be snooping into things they shouldn't, and lessons have to be taught. Unreadable motion. I'm sure you're too smart to get wrapped up in all of that, of course. I keep it simple. If you have the coin, I have the svev. You're free to make use of the premise, so long as you don't do anything stupid, and you don't get into tangling with the other customers. Now, what can I get you? What's svev? You're serious? Says worth every pan, my friend. It's incredible that you see your own soul, and you're looking at Defiance Bay's first and foremost Sev market. There's a lot of money. Okay. So his old market is something. What was that?
Greetings.
He does like the view the other way. Oh, hey Ray, how's it going? I saw you playing the other day, Ray, but you got off almost as soon as I got on. Oh shit. These guys want some. Monday? I think Monday? Let's get the weak one. Ow. I'm getting shit on here. No, I think it was Monday morning, maybe? Just some point in time in the morning. It could have been Tuesday. No, it was definitely Monday, because Tuesday I was already in Anderson. Ooh, I got some good items in that. Hail to the yeah.
Certainly.
I guess I could be confusing you with someone else, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. It's just R-A-Y, right?
Let's see what lies this way.
I don't know. Maybe it was a different time. Not too sure of myself right now. You casting doubt on me? Oh, I see you on. What? Oh, this dude is out cold. Check him out. I saw you on earlier today for sure. Man cringes and sobs as I approach. Gods, please. Please no more. I can't take anymore. I don't understand. What does that mean? Muy cansada. Speaking a language I don't understand, but I'm about to try to. I'm tired. I'll go to bed, man. If that's what it means. Did I do it right? Yeah. You should go to sleep then, kid. An imposter, some wizard named Nyrod, came into my house, tied me up in here to torture me. And now he asks men eating my food, breaking my things, selling Svev inside my own house. Well, thanks for coming by and checking on me again, Ray. I'm just playing this game. I've been really engrossed in it. Liking it a lot. I've checked on Overwatch periodically. Haven't been playing it as much because of this. Really like RPGs. I just don't get the chance to play them as often. Or took all of my money, but he still has it. If you kill him, he's bound to have most of it on its person. You can have all of it. Yeah, that's true, Ray. That is true, and I need reported. So if you need me to come and play on Overwatch, you just let me know. Oh yeah? You probably get a lot more views than me. A girl and whatnot. I'm gonna try to talk this wizard into leaving. Good, that'll do it. It'll get me either kicked off the game or otherwise. They don't care. What about a voice? Ooh, that'll get him in every time. Shit, you got me about to check it out. Shit. Catler, man. Gotta love it. Shit, I'm gonna have to go digging around because now I can't exactly let you leave, can I? You wanna die, boy? I was getting tired of pretending to be that sad sack anyhow. Guards? What do you propose? Never mind. Fuck it. He's dying. Everybody, get him!
Spot on!
I give up. Just leave and I'll go peacefully, alright? Yeah. Straight into the chains. Whoa, I gotta fight the rest of these guys? Holy shit. Then stream crapped out. Well, what's going on with your stream? Why did it crap out? Summon some of these motherfuckers in here. I don't know if I'm gonna win this one, Ray. Getting that ass handed to me. Yeah, here we go. Let the deaths begin. Maybe before we go, get one big one off. Looks like it might actually happen. Holy shit. Okay, he's dead. Who else wants to die? There he goes. There he goes. It's all coming together. Focus this guy down. Get good. Ray, I'm the greatest. Not really, I wish I was. I'm no better than you. You're so much better than me. You're super pro.
Certainly.
Alright. Now I could steal.
I'll see what I can do. The work of a moment.
Hell yeah. I can steal everything now. Ain't nobody gonna stop me. No, maybe not in that front room, they might. I sent that dude to jail. I've got my own shit, Ray. Ray. Yeah, you are pretty pro, man. I mean, you're super pro. I was hoping you would actually take me under your wing, but you're too good for me. If you need to find my love, I need to find my love. Only after a night of I'm free, she won't give me a chance to explain, but she might listen to you. It's the only hope she's ever known. Yeah, got some experience out of that one. No levels, though. Better aim? Well, just go into, like... Well, tactical's hard. You gotta learn everything about that. Yeah, that's all part of the tactical positioning. But the better aim, I got something you can do to that. You know, just go in and, practice headshots. Pretty much strictly headshots. It helps. And then play against Anna so they can't really do any damage to you. So you can just keep practicing over and over and over again. It's a pretty good way of doing it. Nice. Real nice. Cool. You like RPGs, Ray?
Or whatever happens, at least we're out of that mud hole, Gilded Vale. I grew up in Gilded Vale. Quaint. That's what I meant to call it. No, You had it right.
Yeah. Well, you got I still got your bay in my party, you know. UT-99? What's that? He's just the hottest thing in this game, according to you. Unreal Tournament. Okay, I got you. That makes more sense now. Yeah, I remember Unreal Tournament. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. A lot of people like to watch older games like that, you know. Hit it on that, you know, that old love and passion for those older games. Somebody streaming like GoldenEye 007, man. That'd get me watching them probably just for the shits and giggles. Or maybe some old RPGs, some old Earthbound or Chrono Trigger or something.
Looks like the kind of place we could find allies. For a price.
Uh-oh, I just walked into something. One of his companions eyes you for a moment before spitting chew at your feet. Another pup come wandering in, I see. Just know that Bear Giant Slayer runs things around here and you'll be fine. You have now. Stick around Defiance Bay and you will again. Plenty of bounties to go around, but there's a reason the Giant Slayer gets the lion's share. Remember that. Meaning in voice bells. Enough jabberbine. You gonna do the job or talk about it? Jaw tightens. Weenan's right. Coin ain't going to collect itself. See you around, pup. Look at all of them just going around being badasses. I'd like to beat their ass. Alright, let's see here. I think I remember playing the Unreal Tournament. The first one that I played was for, what was it, the Xbox, I think. It was pretty cool, what I played of it. I really liked. I'll be right back, though. Yeah, it was a potty break, Ray. Almost drank a whole liter of Coke tonight, so had to take one of those bad boys. Alright, so winning.
Don't
I can
stand
talk
on
to winning.
ceremony. State your business.
Good men and women trying to walk in the footsteps of great men and women who came before us. We're a loose association of warriors and expeditionaries at the Deerwood, not as fancy as the Crucible Knights, mind you, but at least we remember our roots. Crucible Knights take pride in having won Deerwood's freedom 150 years ago. We're the ones who protected it. Everyone knows that Saints' Wars ended when the God Hammer destroyed Wadewind at the Evandir Bridge. A lot of folks don't even know how the Wadewind wound up on that bridge. How dare I? I know. Report me. Report me for pissing. 7 men, 5 women. They walked out of Helgout Citadel and faced down at God. Held them there until the bomb went off. That's the legacy we defend. Some call us mercenaries, but we don't need matching armor and silky coats to remember our roles. Your boyfriend's got a problem with these guys, Ray. "15 times? Damn it. We're the same now as we were then. We stand up for the people. First line of defense, whatever it takes. We got new enemies now. If it's not the Wadewind, it's his damned legacy. It's the damn soul butchers in Brackenberry making things worse on us all, probably causing the whole thing one way or the other." Yeah, your boyfriend, he does know what's up. He's been he's been casting these back comments from the side a couple times now. Well, we haven't gone anywhere, and there's a lot more than 12 of us now. We defended Deerwood once. We'll do it again. This guy sounds cocksure of himself. Should I be looking for work?
Go see Osric. He's usually got something. You do well for him, maybe I can find you more.
Alright. Gotta find somebody else. This guy right here.
For the last time, Aidwig, keep your fucking blade up. If that dummy was armed, it'd have your head off.
He said fucking. Applause. It's a treasure hunting, plain and simple. Sponsors put up money, hired adventurers to explore the wilds, looking for ruins mostly. They come back alive, they split the spoils. It's not. It's because they handle their weapons like this lot in front of me who might as well be digging their own graves right now. Got business with me?
You want an expedition? Talk to Wenin. I just handle these mercenary shit shovelers. Adventurers, I mean.
I like this guy. Although something that requires competence.
I was formerly one of the Knights of the Crucible. When I left, they kept my arms and armor. The arms they can have, but the armor belonged to my family. I'd like it back. It's a breastplate. Not much to look at, and it's seen far too much use, but it's been in my family since the liberation. You don't choose to leave knighthood. The Crucible Knights, they may not be a real knighthood, but the oaths you swear are just as true.
Well, seems like this guy's got some sort of priorities right about him.
Turns out that even unofficial knighthoods have politics. You cross the wrong man, suddenly all kinds of accusations are thrown your way, and nobody... And then it's Penhelm you're looking for. A low snake of a man. If he was to die choking on his own black tongue, it'd be too kind a fate. He kept it when he had me kicked out.
Penel visited Fortune Andra's gift right after having his soul lineage read by the cipher of Donan Row. Should have it on your heart to find a way to ruin his life while you're there. Well, drinks on me.
It's a requirement to join the Knights. They have to ensure a novitiate doesn't have a subversive lineage. If Penhelm's superiors found out his affidavit was a fake, his career would be over. Every novitiate gets an affidavit from Dunreed Row, and those are stored at Crucible Keep. If you find Penhelm's, one of those ciphers could tell you if it's real.
Doses. I need to sleep somewhere. My boys are tired, worn out. See if there's anything worth stealing. See if I can, for that matter. Hey, who are you?
Good day to you.
Haven't seen you before. You headed out with the expedition company, or are you betting on one? There are groups of adventurers that venture into the wilderness. We're going to let a few of them try their luck scouring ruins. Let's come back, if they come back at all. Oh, a few years. I've got the minute. Wait. I got in the minute the last merchant cleared out. We've got new expeditions venturing out every week, so this place is great to do business. And the dozens make loyal friends and loyal customers, so long as you stick by them. The vendor who was here before me, they ran him out when he sold his best helms to a pair of Crucible Knights, so be careful not to make the same mistake. I'm afraid not. See, the dozens only do business with me so long as I do business with them. They're good customers. I will listen to McDreamy, Ray. You have a good one. Thank you. We'll play again someday. He's probably training some of the new recruits right now. Alright. There ain't nobody in here. I can steal all this good. This be really easy.
The work of a moment.
Yeah, nobody knows I'm back here.
I'll have it in no time.
This is easy peasy.
The work of a moment.
Yeah, son. Don't mind me. Just walking out of the captain's war room. Just gonna leave. So don't mind me.
You must gather your...
Let's see here. Which way to go? Anything over here, I wonder? Doesn't appear so. So, next thing I want to do is... Well, I guess I can go to the marketplace. See what I can find here. Got a soul to read here. You see a man stumble, knees bleeding, clothes torn, eyes dead. His skin is damp with sweat, but he pushes onward. His back is arced, defeated. At his side hangs a bow, strips linen from disuse. He trips through the undergrowth sightless, ignoring all but the sound of his own anguish. He comes across a deer, guts spilled across the forest floor, still steaming in the cold night air. The Stelgare watches him from above, perched on the trunk of an enormous fallen tree. It takes the man a moment to notice his danger, but he seems almost glad for it. The Stelgera unravels itself from the tree, eyeing him carefully. Its distended stomach almost brushes the ground as it jumps down, and the man dives to meet it. For a moment, time seems to slow as the man and beast collide. Stelgera roars, swiping at him with its claws, but as soon has him pinned, great yellow teeth and acrid breath ready to end his intrusions, but with a wet, ripping sound instead of an agonizing stalegazer is himself gutted from neck to rump. The man exhales deeply, covered in blood, ponderous. Not today. Not today. What a badass. Okay. So this one. See a dimly lit room with extravagant decoration. Pillows of silk brocade cover the floor surrounding a large velvet-covered divan. A man sits on the divan, I think if I'm pronouncing that word correctly, his shirt untucked and only halfway buttoned. Behind him stands this elf dressed in the same lavish finery that decorates the room. Her hips gyrate gently, dancing slowly around the man as she begins to sing. He looks up at her blearily, intoxication clouding his vision. He smiles, tunelessly humming along with her. Her words are too low to hear clearly, but as her singing grows more intense, the lights in the room seem to dim even farther, and everything loses focus. She takes his face in her hands, singing directly to him, running her hand down his shoulders and arms until she's holding his hands. The man's eyes grow heavy, and he quickly succumbs to sleep, slumping backwards. She holds his arm, catching him as he falls, and gently lays him down across the divan. She stops singing when his head hits the pillow, and suddenly the lights brighten back up, and everything snaps back into focus. She slips her hand into his jacket, retrieving an item that she places in a small box sitting on a nearby table. She looks back at the man, shakes her head, and escapes into the night. Fair enough.
Greetings.
She sells the best equipment in the city, but when and keeps her on a short lease. Keeps her fine inventory reserved for chartered expeditions, members of the dozens, and anyone else he takes a liking to. Well, that is one certainly expensive item. All of these are, mind you. Damn. This would be a nice one to have. Nice. Hell yeah, lockpicks. Take a pry bar too. Alright. Wait a second now. You don't have any camping supplies, you bastard? Alright. Traps. There we go. No, I don't want that. If I can find any lockpicks, I'll be one happy person.
Good day, stranger.
What is this? That's nice. That's nice too. Nice. Wow, real nice. Okay. Got a bunch of good stones in there. Nice. Summons. Alright. Well, that's the best I can do there. Let's see what Narmer's got for us.
How do you do?
Dragon meat, dragon eggs, and camping supplies. Okay. Check that journal out. Let's see what I want to do. I could go turn in this quest. Yeah, that's what I should go do. And that should be near... Wait, where am I? World map? No. Catacombs. Be right around over here. Yeah, I'll head this way. And then I'm going to go into the inn finally. See if I can find anything over there. Hey, what's this kid doing? Who are you, Gordy? Ingborg watches the passerby and counts his grimy handful of coins. His face and arms are smudged with dirt, but except for the grass stains, his clothes are in good condition. As you approach, he blinks and makes a quick, furtive effort. Hey, mister, want to know a secret? I know a real good secret. Looks like we got a little hustler here. Someone raised this kid right. What is it? I just saw folks hiding some really neat things. I could show you where, but Mom and Dad told me not to talk to strangers. But maybe you could help me with something, then we wouldn't be strangers. Help you with what? The Crucible Knights have these daggers made out of March steel. It's the best steel around except for that Durgan steel, which doesn't count because no one makes it anymore. Anyway, there's this merchant over by the expedition hall, and he has a dagger made of real March steel. He said he wouldn't sell it to me because I'm a kid and kids don't know anything about daggers, but that's not true. I know lots about daggers. I know about the different kinds of steel, and I know how the Crucible Knights made them in a forge. I know how the tip can be pierced low gauge scale armor, and that one that's good and sharp can cut through bone. See, I know plenty about daggers, and I really, really want this one. If you could just get it for me, I promise I'll never, ever ask anyone for anything ever again. March steel, this lad has good taste. I only ever had little shark stickers as a child, mostly for oysters. Still managed to poke a hole through my palm once. And I know I'm going to be real. I have to start training young, just like the heroes in the old stories. I just know I was going to be a great warrior in previous. My mom says I even have an old soul. I knew a real adventurer would understand. There's a big merchant over there by the admin's den who sells weapons. He's the one with the dagger. Well, looks like I'm going back to the merchant stall real quickly. Wouldn't have been him. Hey, there we go. What's going on here? Why can't I scroll? There we go.
Good day to you.
Made out of a high purity iron ore that comes out of the White March Mountains, traditionally the smiths of the Crucible Keep have smelted it into daggers and swords, which they only give to knights of the Crucible. Of course, I'd be surprised if that kid didn't already tell you all of this. Where are they now? Folk like that only visit Copperdale or Goose and Fox. And since they weren't headed to the den, well, good. It's kind of close to where I'm headed to. But I want to turn in that quest. That should be the place I need to go, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Following your lead.
There's a soul. You see a man cross his arms and sticks his chin out. Moonlight and torchlight color his face. Bullshit. The elf standing in front of him wears a panic expression. Are you mad? I've seen it. Ha! The first man cries, raising a triumphant finger. You just said you'd only heard it. The elf blinks. What in the name of Galwine's beast does that have to do with anything? You said you only heard it. Now you're telling me it's a monster the size of two Amana with blood dyed fur. The man takes a step closer to the elf. And now I'm saying you're a liar, Doran. Doran sputters. Gods, Viserys, who cares what it looks like? It's a rabid wolf. You saw what it did to the sheep. The elf throws up both of his hands, shaking his head. You want to stay out here all night and see the thing for yourself? Have it your way. I'm getting out of here. Fine. All right. Good. The elf storms off, casting one last glance over his shoulders as he disappears down the hill. The man sets off in the other direction, a sword in one hand and a torch in the other. Within minutes, he comes into a broken paddock where a dozen sheep lie dead, their throats torn and their innards scattered across the ground. It's not the work of a normal predator. Something crunches through the dry grass. Viserys spins but sees nothing. He raises his torch higher. This time the rustling sounds behind him, near the paddock. He turns to see a wolf. It's not nearly as large as Doran had sworn, and while its fur is matted and red around the throat and paws, the rest of the elf's description had proven to be rather lurid exaggeration. Typical. Viserys takes a small satisfaction even while the wolf lunges at him, its jaws foaming and eyes rolling. Cool. Now everybody.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
Stop sneaking. Alright, where's that old man? Maybe he's in the very beginning. No, that doesn't seem right. Maybe up here. Yeah, there he is. Let's turn this in.
How do you do?
I used to wear this. Where did you get it? Destroy it. I have to have her back. After so long, I couldn't bear to lose her again. You're right. Please let me do it. Thank you for showing me reason. Perhaps she'll wait for me in the next life. By the flames, she won't have to wait so long. Please take this. It's from my old adventuring days. I think it's finally time to let them go. I wonder what I got. Hey. It's pretty good. It's a pretty nice club right there. Alright, keep that in mind going forward. Alright, so now it's time to go to the inn. Gotta find me some rest there. In we go. And in we go. Yeah, there you go. They finally got the message. All right. See what's over here. Look at this drunkard. See a half-consumed ale slosh its way across the distance to his mouth, spilling across the stains of food long past. Glazed eyes glance at the brawl across the room, gaining fervor as the fight extends through the room. Another ale, he murmurs to the bartender, drowning his drink and turning towards the wall. He pulls a picture from his pocket, a painting of a young child, all brown hair and green eyes, and holds it above a candle. It does not burn. Alas, later he begins to sing. The bar a mess of broken chairs and wounded pride, and they all listen for a moment before continuing their drinks, svev, and conversations. His ache is felt through the room. His sad story reminds them of their sad stories. When he finishes singing, a silence hangs in the air, palpable among the smoke and sweat and the yeasty smell of beer-infused exhalation. He is the first to break the silence, ordering a round of ale for the room. The general din of the conversation sparks and resumes, but the mirth now is tempered with far-off memories and thoughts. It's too bad. Let's see what these guys have to say. More souls. You see a fire burning slowly on the side of a winding road, unmanned. There seems to be no fuel, no wood or oil for it to consume, no hay nor twigs. Despite this, it roars, crackles, wails in the wind. It takes you a moment, but you begin to notice a figure in the flames. Its shaking hands cradle a young face, molten red tears marring skin the color of coal. The boy cowers, flame coating him as he holds his knees to his chest. In the distance, a man approaches, faceless. He extends a hand to the frightened child, who considers it warily before taking it. The flames die down, leaving his limbs and settling on his head like obedient pets. All tears dried, they walk together. Fire and death, hand in hand. Alright, we need to rest. That's a nice one right there. Just rest real quick. Easy peasy. Alright. This guy looks like he might be part of the quest. And there's another soul. Alright, I'm gonna keep moving on, guys. Starting to get a little tired. There's nobody back here to see me steal. Let's see what happens when I sneaky sneak. Nothing.
I'll see what I can
Time
do.
to get some free stuff.
The work of a moment.
Nice. Got a good ring out of that. There's a soul. Can't go in there. Can't go around then. Doesn't seem like anything worth a damn so far. Let's talk to the bartender about the
How do you do?
the ring, or the dagger, sorry. Carrying plenty of steel, alright. Journey started from the Hollowborn with this. It was my sister's son. At the beginning of the Waiden's legacy, he was one of the first. I never expected there to be so many after him. Tragedy is part of the cycle, but it's followed by rebirth. And every year, more parents were grieving for their Hollowborn children, and the gods were silent. Bareth promises rebirth cycles, but the only cycle I found was this one. Have a drink, have another, and another, until I couldn't remember how I got home. Wake up, come back. I only woke up days to see my family had packed up and left. For all I know, they'd left days before, and I just hadn't noticed. But they were gone, so I came here. I've cleaned up since then. Not that I found my answers. I've just stopped asking questions. It was founded in the early days of the Deerwood Independence by a traveling scholar named Errol of Levy. He wanted a place where kids of all backgrounds could gather and hash out the issues facing their new country. It didn't take long for the place to fill up. Brackenbury aristocrats argued with dock workers from the gift, while soldiers wrangled with politicians. Deerwoodans have never been known to turn down an argument. Soon kith were coming from the foreign settlements too. He raised the door, and this place got even more popular with the valiant settlers and the salty mast, and that was the problem. No matter what people say about fair-mindedness and civil debate, there's only so much people will tolerate. Errol found himself on the wrong side of an argument, with the wrong Thane, and when he disappeared a few days later, some said it was the work of that Thane. But Errol knew which way the wind was blowing. If you ask me, he skipped town, hid out somewhere, hoping for rational minds to prevail in Defiance Bay. If only you could see it now. Alright, so up the stairs, huh? Kitty, kitty, kitty. Be right back. Alright, I have returned. See if these guys know anything.
Welcome.
An Orland man reflexes with his feet propped on the table. Patches of dark brown skin peek out from under a full mane of blue-green hair. He and the Orland woman with him exchange laughs and comments with the trio at the nearby table, and he spins a dagger in his hand. But you've seen her a night or two in the wilds, joining us for a drink. Her name's Two-Tone Weasel. The lady next to me is Key. We've had our fun with the expeditions, but we're hoping to enjoy a little peace and quiet for the next few weeks anyway. Be right back. I'm gonna go check on something in my microwave. Next few weeks. I'm Dreadshot Dayton, and this is Hurdy and Ilfa. We were part of separate expedition teams, but we both suffered losses and decided to band together. He took several items off the beasts, barbarians, Beowax. It's a dangerous time to be an adventurer, but a prosperous one too. And here's to many more prosperous journeys. Is there something else you wanted? Come on, Wex, once our friend here is willing to pay, what's the harm? Plenty, actually. The kid will probably poke his eye out. Besides, I plan to use this dagger. Here's how there's a sudden demand for this 100 pieces. Deal. Alright, easy peasy. Let's go back and find that boy. Well, maybe after I explore up here a little bit more, maybe I can find something worth stealing. Hell yeah.
Silence surrounds me.
I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
Easy peasy. And then more lockpicks. Gotta love more lockpicks. So I can keep doing shit like this. There's no sense in sneaking around. Aww. Too bad. Aww. Too bad. What do these guys got to say? Souls. No thanks. Woohoo! I can steal something. What was that, kitten? Oh, not much. It was for free anyhow. Boo. I guess I could see what that does. Okay. Time to go to the downstairs.
You must gather your party before venturing
must I?
forth.
Alright.
Have you ever chased a skirt wizard? Or do you merely hide behind them?
Don't pawn your personal problems off on me.
They will use you, cast you off when it suits them. Never speak another word to you.
Maybe they just don't answer to fiery whore.
I love how he calls everyone whores. Alright, let's go find this kid. Alright. Near the theater, huh? Loose stone. Excuse me.
Silence surrounds me.
Loose stone near the theater. Wonder where I'll find it at. This lying little shit boy. Let's talk to him again. Broken Branch. Looks like an interesting name. Just a soul reading, huh?
I'll see what I can find.
Where's the stone at? What am I nearby? The dormitory.
There's something ahead.
Cool. That's awesome. Summon some beetles. It's cool as hell. Let's see here. Who can I put that on? Cool. Where's the thing at? Well, where is that item? Damn it. I'm gonna find it. No. There we go. Okay, that's a cool item. Let's go back. I haven't been to that place. Hey, what's this now? Lockpicks. Love it. Alright. See what's going on in here. Anything I could steal? Doesn't look to be anybody around.
Laying low.
Money! It's too bad, man. It's too bad these people weren't around. They just lost a lot of money. And stand to lose more.
They won't see me coming.
Get to sneaking then.
Following your lead.
No, nothing. Okay.
Adair, you have said you fought in the Saints' War, but for which side?
The one that blew up my god.
I didn't mean anything by it. I imagine a man with a head made of fire and light.
How are we looking on experience here? Getting within 1,000. Getting kind of close-ish on levels.
You must gather your party before
Brackenbury.
venturing forth.
Brackenbury. There we go. See what's going on in here.
Your brother, did you and he get along?
We got along how brothers do. He used to throw water on me to wake me up in the morning. I used to fill his boots with stinging ants.
My own brothers and sisters are doing very well for themselves, back in Tekoa. I don't know that they'd search for me if I were killed so far from home.
Brothers can be funny. I bet you'd be surprised how far they'd go.
Let's see what's going on in here. Any chance to steal anything? I'm taking it.
Margaret's fire casts light in
Alright, let's see what you gotta say. Heartless bitch. Young elf is dressed in gaudy robes that he seems ready to cast off. He picks at a heavily brocaded sleeve and continually adjusts the gold chain around his neck. He looks up at me. Did she send you to run me out of town? You can tell her I'm not going anywhere without that medallion. I told Sarah I wouldn't let her sell it. If that's what you hear about, then save yourself the trouble. He puffs up his chest but glances at the exit. What are you talking about? I'm not after you, but maybe I can help. Just tell me what the problem is. If I was you, you'd already be using pulp under the table. Like if you did, takes my day off. I'm just here for a drink. What are you talking about? If you have to ask, then you're obviously not here to shake me down. Sarah's a courtesan over at the Salty Mast and Andra's Gift. We've been working together for over a year now. I find a noble with more money than sense, fill him up with liquor, and send him her way. They have a good time, and Sarah takes her fee, and a little extra. He rubs his fingers together. 100 coppers here, trinket there. It's a bounty for us, and these lords and ladies never notice anything's missing. Anyway, we always split the bounty until a week ago. He squeezes his lips into a tight frown. She takes a necklace off some noble. It's an Engwithan medallion, damn near priceless. That relic is sacred to my clan, but she won't part with it for any sum I could afford. And even if I wanted to, I can't go home without it. He picks that. What do you want to know? It was this or scrape by in the gutters like the rest of my clan, but I'd give it all for that medallion I offered to, but it's worth more than anything I've got, and Cyril knows it. She's a courtesan of the Salty Mast over in Andra's Gift. She wasn't born to much, but she's done what she has to in order to escape that. He gazes at a string of amber beads around his waist. She's a good friend. Without her, I'd probably be living hand to mouth like the rest of the Shattering Spear, but this isn't about her or me. It's about 40 people in my clan and the way of life we've held to for generations. I grew up in Glanfath with the Shattering Spear clan. We Glanfathans have protected Engwithan ruins for thousands of years now. It's the one duty the gods ask of us in exchange for freedom to live as we please. He fidgets with an emerald ring on his pinky, but treasure hunters looted the ruins in our territory, and we've left the wilds we dwelled in for generations. Most of my clan mates scattered to towns around the Deerwood to probably live off a crust of bread. He looks at his embroidered robes with disgust. Restoring this medallion to the ruins would earn us the gods' forgiveness. The Shattering Spear could go home. It's all rather fascinating. A single medallion are the gods' favorite, so return home. It rather reminds me of a story I heard somewhere. Sighs. Of course I could, but that's not the point. A community isn't the place, it's the connection to history and meaning. He makes circles with his wrist like an anchor. Defending the ruins for the gods gave us a purpose. Without that, we're adrift. Does this make any sense to you? You know what it's like, how to care for something you can't explain. The only way anyone ever sees her these days is by paying, so you have to go through the mayor, but whatever you do, please don't hurt her. Well, okay. Nantan. Begging your pardon, it's you. It's good to see you well. We had a few rough days here, but then we found this place, and they were kind of enough to hire us both. Things have been wonderful. I can't tell you how much we appreciate what you've done. Honestly, don't even remember what I did for you, but okay. Noble.
Gods keep you.
It's my retirement. Used to be a warehouse back when Brackenbury saw more shift traffic, but it fell out of use when the area became mostly residential. I inherited it from some great uncle who'd never had any luck pawning it off on my cousins. Now it's the most popular spot in Brackenbury. The nobles come to unwind. The kith from other districts come to mingle. We've got a few rough types too, but they behave in here. Besides, their coin's as good as anyone else's. I was a cartographer for the dukes for decades. He rubs his hand neatly stubbled cheek, crossed the white march half a dozen times, and Matt mows with the ruins in Thane Bog. He grins his flashing gold tooth. A good career, but one suited to younger men. When I came back to Defiance Day for good, Cliver and a few other friends in the Knights helped me get the rights to refurbish this place. There's strong air, quality entertainment, and a fresh sea breeze. He says, what more can a man want? Damn, that's goodwill. Alright. There's supposed to be someone standing there, but there is not. Let's see what the cook has to say. Let's go downstairs, see if there's anything we can steal. Because you know we always about that stealing. Steal, 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 steal. Oh. There's some homies down here.
A blade in the dark.
Taking out the bandits. So I can take out and steal everything and make out like a bandit. Hell to the yes. Take these goods now. Everything. Everything. All mine. Leaving broken bodies in my wake. Beyond broken. Beyond repair. Alright, let's go upstairs and see what we can steal. Like a couple people with souls.
Keeping an eye out.
Hell yeah. Taking that money. What's going on here? 2 hours. The hedge maze will be completed. Was an understudy, gotta say.
How may I help? Aye?
Alright, get the fuck out of here, noobs. Alright, so explored that area. Alright, let's go in here. See if there's anything we can steal from these nobles. They're bound to have lots of money. And that's what we like. Money. And games. Look at this motherfucker walking around. Who does he think he is?
Laying low.
Let's go over here. Checking this area. You guys probably working a circuit, so I gotta be careful. I'm gonna steal anything. They're guarding their plans. Okay, we got a man with a name. Okay. Okay. Actually, maybe I should go in here. Talk to the Lord.
Hail, traveler.
If you have business to discuss, let's make an appointment with my attendant. I don't have time. I'm the lord of this house, not prone to idle chatter. If you have no business here, I suggest you be off. Well, fucking bunch of you.
Well met, friend.
You again. Okay. Clearly not the biggest fan of me.
Sharp eyes and keen ears.
That's alright. Time to go upstairs. I could smack the hell out of her, huh? I could attack her, but what's the purpose? Yeah, not gonna kill an old woman for no reason. I'd feel terrible. Too bad I couldn't talk my way around it. She wasn't about that shit, though. So get the fuck out of here. Hey, I told you to leave. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry if anybody had to hear that. I know it was terrible. Alright, let's move along. See something I can pick over here. Okay. Oh yeah. I'm in. Yeah, check me out. Super thief. Probably gonna have to fight somebody as soon as I get in there. That's alright. I'll fuck them all up.
Silence surrounds me.
Cool. Money, money, money. Money. Hell to the yes. Is what I'm talking about. Read this. Take it. Sell that shit, man. Let's go.
What have we here?
What have we here indeed? I want to touch it. I want to get in this room and steal all
I'll have
these
it in no
wonderful
time.
goods.
The work of a moment.
Nice. What about in here? Ooh, a trap.
Oh, just a quick nap.
Nice. Uh-oh. Better just stay in here. Time to get him out of here. Sucks to suck, man, but you gotta go.
Yes?
Okay. Hopefully nobody heard that. You know.
Sharp eyes and keen ears.
Hey, everybody needs to be moving.
Let's see what lies this way.
Certainly.
Alright, let's move in.
I'll see what I can do.
Got some lockpicks.
The work of a moment.
Got some more shit. I wonder if there's any bedrooms over there. Doesn't really look like it, does it? Oh well. Don't want to miss out on a fight now.
Yes?
He did.
I'll see what
He
I
had
can
the
find.
most money. See, it was totally worth it. All right. Good move. So far in Defiance Bay, I'm totally neutral. I'm liking that. Where's the next place I go to? Just a bunch of damn nobles.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
There we go, we got a green. Aww. What's in here, I wonder? Cool. Hedge mage is complete. Time to get some more of that defense up.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
So far, not really much I can do. Nothing to steal. Okay, let's go down here then. And you go ahead and you leave that room. You go right ahead and you leave it. Yes. So nice. Okay. Go back downstairs, I suppose. Alright, let's see what happens when we go in there. Anybody that's got a name in here? Who are you?
Gods keep you.
You carry whispers, Cadenua, gilded veil, old voices indeed. As a cipher, it's my job to know these things. You carry a whiff of ancients. Not as much as I would like, unfortunately. My duties for Lady Webb require me to focus my talents elsewhere. It brings you to Dunner and Row. Tell me more about your skills. I check for soul connections, looking for lost things, missing things, or troublesome things, particularly where people of power or influence are concerned. I'm a cipher. In Aaron Glanfath, we were once known as Brishwalgwyn Mine Hunters. Nice title, yes, but it wasn't until the Animanists began working with my kind 40 years ago that we truly understood our power. Now we make some of the best detectives in the world. Tracing souls, we can look at a person and see where they've been, or look at a weapon and see who has touched it. Useful for solving crimes, as you can imagine. I'm not at liberty to discuss my work, unfortunately, during our own ears only. A civilian would need to conference with Lady Webb before I could share. Hollowborn, growing unrest, and the ever-present political intrigues with so many missing souls, missing persons at least, are our concerns nowadays. I see. I see. Okay. Let's see if I can go in here and steal anything. This motherfucker leaves.
Nice and quiet.
Hey.
Damn. How long until you leave? Motherfucker, I want that rice. You go ahead and just take your leave. Come on. Give everybody the clear. No. The timing's not right then.
I'll have it in no time.
Hurry up.
The work of a moment.
What is it? I'll see it done. I'll see it done.
To whispers and shadows.
I'll have it in no time.
The work of a moment.
Nice.
Certainly.
Got something out of all this.
To whispers and shadows.
Alright. GTFO. Alright, so I can go up here. I will.
Hail and well met.
Do you mind? I'm rather busy. Currently, I'm researching matters related to Wayden's legacy. Refers to the rise of Hollowborn children in the Deerwood in the recent years. Some have also connected it to the so-called biowax that blow through Airgandflath. There's hardly any reliable data on those, though, so I can't really comment. I don't much care for the term Wayden's legacy. It reeks of superstition, but it's too prevalent to change at this point. Personally, I'd like to see people take a more methodical approach to these matters rather than throwing up their hands and blaming the gods. Good to hear one speaking sense on the matter. I'm studying soul attachment. We all know that souls move into people at birth and out of them at death, but we still have a lot of questions about what makes them stick, so to speak. Soul powers bodies to give their tissues life, but only when they are firmly attached. In separation, that leads to the whole spate of soul-related ailments, including the Hollowborn. But if we understood how to reattach souls, we could end Whedon's legacy, maybe even conquer death. That's the theory anyway. Unfortunately, I don't have all the research I need to put into practice. There's a manuscript called Theorems of Pangram. It contains research from Pandagram's experiments of undetached souls. The Hall of Revealed Mysteries is rumored to have a copy in the Elder Archives. One of the more daring animancy texts, not something generally circulated amongst novices, not easy to get a hold of. I wonder if we might have a peek at it. Theorems could advance my research by leaps and bounds, but Grimda, the Hierarchist, worships Veil, which means she has some paradoxical views on sharing and restricting knowledge. And since she's not exactly a proponent of animancy, she tends to restrict the kinds of information that would be useful to me. Welcome to try, but you wouldn't be the first. You're gonna be spilling my troubles. It's kind of you to listen, but I should really get back to my work. Such as, tell me about them. Pangram was an animancer working in the Deerwood. He had some interesting theories about essence and some rather innovative techniques for studying it. He was able to reattach souls to bodies after death, although he wasn't able to prevent his patients from degenerating. He was controversial, to say the least, but many are starting to realize that he was merely ahead of his time. What do you mean by degenerating? There seems to be a tiny problem with reattaching souls after death. The bodies will reanimate and may even retain memories and personality, but they develop a hunger for flesh, living, soul-infused flesh. Without it, they start to devolve, decaying mentally and physically. It's if the progress goes too far, which it eventually does, they become mindless corpses attacking anything that moves. We haven't figured out a way to avoid that. And you wonder why Grimda won't share this research with you. Sounds like necromancy. Nonsense. Necromancy and magic. This is science. She emphasized the last word. The Hall of Mysteries is rather protective of its books, especially the rare ones, and Grimda in particular. She hates animancy, thinks it's dangerous. I don't see how you can run the greatest library in the Deerwood and be so adverse to the spread of knowledge and research, but I've never understood these religious types. Some knowledge is best kept under lock and key. You'll find it in the Copperland district. It's dedicated to the God of Secrets and Revelations. Most importantly, it houses the largest and most expansive library in Deerwood. It says that we simply must go see it, right? The Elder Archives hold the rarest, most arcane, and most powerful texts in the Deerwood. Think of the inner sanctum of the Hall of Mysteries, or of Revealed Mysteries. They would say you need Grimda's permission to enter. Alright, bye-bye. Go in here and complete this quest.
I'll see what I can find.
Probably a soul here. Yeah.
A blade in the dark.
It's been some time since a watcher graced these halls. I am envious of your natural insights, traveler. I can only imagine how it might have helped my work in life. And what is this brought you to my sanitarium? You may have a member of the leading keys in your midst. I could have done without hearing that today. Many have their intrusions been into our affairs, of course. One can seldom be certain whether they've meddled or whether calamity has struck on its own. But a few of their less skilled infiltrators have been exposed from time to time. They are a perpetual nuisance. Once again, I am reminded how envious I am of your gifts. I suspect they would be of some use in verifying one's identity. You are at odds with the leading key as well, I take it. They are always up to something. Of that you may rest assured. If their plots have come to involve you, you have my sympathies. Do you have some idea of who this person might be? Well, in that case, I would recommend to speak first with our resident animators. They have frequent interactions with both patients and colleagues. You'll find them up here or in their offices downstairs. You will report anything suspicious to me immediately. This is my only request. What's that you mean? Well, I was old, and it seemed wrong to me. A lifetime spent in pursuit of discovery, only to lose it all in death. Somewhere, someday, I would wake up in a new body, none the wiser, and pursue a different course entirely. All that experience wasted. If we were ever to unearth the principles behind our existence, it will be in spite of our condition. Of that I am quite certain. To live on as a part of something I helped build seemed to be a better legacy than what nature had in store. The transfer itself was quite simple as our techniques go, and for that I am grateful. Playing with souls is far easier to accept when they are not your own. I do miss being able to take an active role in the scholarly efforts here. Now and again, one of our animators will humor me and consult over some problems, but they are a jealous breed and are too often afraid to collaborate. If you're considering it yourself, I can tell you that it wasn't easily for the easily bored. History lesson. This is a rare pleasure. Most come in here only concerned with cheating death in one way or the other. We are an old institution as Deerwood goes. This is our 94th year. As with many cities, the growth of Defiance Bay brought with it a host of problems. One of the worst that was born with, shall we say, ill-favored souls can populate the street in droves. Thus, the sanitarium. Brackenberry was a natural fit. It was growing, but there was also a lot of money here back then. This place owes its survival to the curiosities of the wealth more than anything, I think. Our foundings came at a time of great suspicion of animants, much like today's. So much progress has been lost to the mishaps of a few careless practitioners, but in time it was forgotten as all things are. Since then we have been at the forefront of animancy's resurgence. We have played host to many gifted researches and pushed the boundaries of our knowledge in ways never thought possible. Some of the first safe transferences were done here, and we have pioneered work in soul purification, lineage analysis, preservation. It's really quite a list, if you'll pardon my pride. Today it's, well, I can't say it's exactly the same. There's been some push to shut us down. It comes from Deerwood's more excitable denizens, whose minds are more passionate than thoughtful, I'm afraid. People see this legacy, and they see it involves something they don't understand, so it's natural for them to suspect people whose understanding exceeds theirs. It looks to them like we're hiding something. We have a representative of the palace this very moment defending the entire science of animancy at a hearing before the Duke. Absurd as it sounds, if it does not go well, it could be the end of animancy in Deerwood. I feel Avir may be swayed by all this unrest, irrational though it may be. We shall see. As the animators on the lower floor came all the way to Redwood to study them, take the stairs down to look for the Belisage. Okay. Okay. I stole from in there. downstairs.
How do you do?
Feet crunched on the red carpet. She gestures and mumbles to herself, shaking her head as she pores over pages of notes. She almost walks into me. Gossy, here I am, looking so hard for answers in my research that I don't see the kith standing in front of me. What can I do? It's rare for me to notice things do not relate to my work, even when they are in front of me. Sedentary, Mako, but I'm not the best choice to help you with that. That would be me. Though the lack of research subjects has made me more an expert in counting floorboards, I would like to transfer animated success in buttressing pre-awakened souls to soothing those whose souls have already been awakened. But I need subjects. Most of the patients here are too broken to produce reliable results. It's a tragedy to have come so far for nothing. Who is it? I don't know about this. Don't be silly. The process is perfectly harmless. All you must do is stand in that cage. I beg your pardon. I jest. Your ears are so tight. I do not even know what the thing is used for. It belonged to the last occupant of the office, I think. Now they upgrade him to a cell. Again, I jest. So I need you to sit here. She takes the elephant by the shoulders and sits on the couch and try to relax, but don't try too hard. Then you will not be relaxing, indeed. And you must also wear these. A little cold, but the copper will help conduct your essence. The animates are fastened with 6 copper bands to Alof's forehead and wrists, and as she ratchets them tighter, his face twitches in suppressed irritation. Now I'll examine your soul through my scope. She reaches into her desk and produces a long-chambered tube. Knobs, dials, and small toothed wheels run along the side of the device. It is fitted with an azure lens cut to different thicknesses and concavities. By manipulating them, I find the angles and densities that will allow me to track the anomalies in your soul. How exciting. I've never seen this sort of thing performed. Peers at the device with interest. It seems suitably complicated. Does this mean we'll get to talk to Ismalia more? I like that lady. But first, we must find this cunning interloper. You will answer some personal questions while I make adjustments. Very well. To begin, tell me something personal, something from a time before your awakening. Nothing to tell. I was just a normal child living in the Sithwood. He looks to you. His face is set in a frown, but the rigid edges after showed through nevertheless. As you speak to Alof, you feel your voice like a bell in your chest. It tolls softly, luring him into the midst of his own memories. Belisage doesn't seem to notice anything, but you feel as if your words are smoothing his essence and tangling its many threads. Comfortable, modest, quiet when Mother is away, which is most of the time. Quiet enough to hear the clink of glass on wood. This is when I know to be most careful. Father is good about hiding the bottles. Mother, when she is home, is good at pretending not noticing them. This is good. I'm starting to see something. Continue and tell us the time you awaken. In my 5th year of training, Mother is home. I can let my guard down a little because when she is around, he's usually only angry with her. He has heard that I have had trouble casting missiles. My flame shields are unstable. He is furious that I have failed, and Mother's presence reminds him that he has failed too. The first blow takes me by surprise. One moment I'm sweeping the kitchen, the next I'm sprawled on the ground, stupidly looking at flecks of my blood on the tile. His boots glistening with fresh polish thud across the floor. He kicks me in the stomach, and I curl up to shield my vitals. But it's pointless. Protecting one thing only leaves something else exposed. Still huddled on the ground, I retreat as fast as I can. I retreat until the vision of the kitchen and my own extremities is nothing but a pinprick against the field of black. Macchiato. Mauricio. fiercely cranks the knobs. He's hypnotized himself with his old memory. You've got to bring him out of it quickly. I almost have it. That's it. I'm seeing a shift in his essence, something spreading and congealing. Keep talking. He seems to respond to you. Cracking bones and voices high and high. The warm molasses feeling that crips down your gut when crisis is nigh. Fato. We have flares of totally distinct essence. I try to get the two of them talking. He's the one needed me, hiding in his own bone bag like a turtle in its shell. I never turned it over to you. Good, yes, very good. You can now see two separate patterns in essence. Where he ebbs, the other flows. It's as if the awakened soul fills the space that he leaves empty. Go on. I'm more than I'm given. You should ask what I did to the old man of this. That old man of his. How the last time he laid a hand on us, I broke it in 3 places. It wasn't your decision. It's never been your decision. And it was awakening. But now I'm stuck with you. And damned if I let you and drag us both through the scooper. Ah, very good. I think I finally got something we can work with. Attracted was essence through the exchange. She had a particularly high density index during the most heated portions of their argument, and her essence seemed to localize most clearly in the lower portion of the subject's left rib cage. That's right around the spleen, which of course means she is triggered by black bile. No doubt the subject's characteristic melancholy is to blame. This is utter horse shit. Bile has certainly spat their share. It is a simpler explanation than I expected, all things considered. Yes, never mind my user training. Suppose you have a better explanation. I'll have to check this against other research. Well, and good for you, but what does that mean for me? From my position, it's a clearly a hindrance. I've got a lot to process. Regardless, thanks for your help. I hope this has been useful. It's material worth publishing. It'll be Toaster Review, Ventra Loth. Advancing the right wise principles of animating, just what you've always wanted. Yeah, I got a level. Let's see who this guy is.
Well met, friend.
Can I help you? Agitated lately, but their cause responsibility. How to cure them? Hollowborn received a transplanted animal sold during infancy. One of the animates early efforts to cure the legacy, if not a successful one. They show signs of developmental abnormalities throughout their childhood, but when they reach adolescence, they become aggressive, feral, but still victims in need of care. The Amarantses were trying to do something about the crisis, better than letting it swallow a generation of children. Despite the controversy, it only went so far because at first it seemed to work. People called it the salvation. Children that had never been responsive to any kind of stimuli suddenly seemed aware of their surrounding, of their families. Complications don't begin until puberty, but that's when the incompatibilities between body and soul take shape. Children become violent, ravenous, but we paid dearly for our mistake, I promise you. Angry moms hunted down animals and burned down their homes, with them still inside, often it's not. People called it the cruel salvation, and many still love us for it, but we wanted to stop the legacy as much as anyone. The public begged for our help, and we did the best we could. I still don't know if it absolves us. What kind of question is that? Just think of all the families that could be healed if lives could be restored. What could be more important? Animancy has an answer here, I know it. It's simply a matter of working it out. Good. That valiant woman studies them. I'm just going to talk to her instead. It's a lot of money. Can I shut this door? Well, I'm half tempted to steal from this motherfucker. See what's in there. What doesn't he want us to see?
Well met, friend.
Oh, that's it. Well, whatever, I guess. Maybe somebody will come and get me. Hello, Ripley.
Welcome.
Well, I'm just Master Azzo's assistant. He'd know more about that, but he's in the middle of an busy with some patients. You won't be able to see him until he comes out of the patient ward. There's nothing else. I need to get back to work. It's not my place to gossip. I guess Head Ethmo does it too, but he's, a statue now. Copper tubing for my next experiment. Do not requisition it from the sanitarium. Swords. I don't have time to deal with Headworm's inevitable questions.
I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
This female, mid-40s, awakened to the past life as a serial murderer, which now relinquishes the soul's dominant personality. Meet candidate for patient research.
Keeping an eye out.
I'm gonna go up and talk to that guy.
You must gather your party before the...
Oh, yeah. I'm gathering my party, trust me. Getting sleepy. How's everybody doing tonight? Thanks for checking out my channel, guys. Greatly appreciated. Oh. Excuse me, come in.
How do you do?
Patient welfare now. He's not authorized to run any more experience. Okay. Easy peasy.
To whispers and shadows.
You must be visiting somebody. A friendly visit, I hope. I think I've seen him around today. Have you checked the laboratory? Shares a wall with his office. Oh, thanks, Gwen. Well, there's Batixa, who lives a murder she committed more than 5 lifetimes ago. Idleman, who they say only has half a soul and who was found collecting the faces of others because he believed his own to be a false one. Graham, he speaks in a language no one understands and wails at night sometimes, different from their normal behavior. I mean, well, yes, I suppose, but nothing they didn't volunteer for. Master Azza lets us know that a number of patients in the North Ward had volunteered for a new therapy that would be escorted to his laboratory to receive treatment. The North Ward has our most troubled cases. I'm glad some of them have chosen to get help. It seems to me it's gotten quieter over there since that started. It's Graham. I see them taking in the most. He struggles, but he's always a bit of a wild one. Oh, I like him very much. Many animators could care less about their patients. Look at us like vermin for their experiments, but Master also treats us like humans, even the very sick. You can tell he does this to help people. He's helped me understand a great deal about myself, and I know he's done the same for others. It's too bad what they did to him. He hides it well, but I know he's still affected by it. They don't like to talk about it, but there was an accident. He was said to be one of the brightest in Deerwood. That was his reputation here, and that was what brought me to seek treatment. People say it was ego that drove him to try and solve the legacy, but that's hogwash. Even if he was a bit of a showman, he loves his homeland. He thought he could help. He wasn't one to speak of his work, suspected his colleagues might have tried to steal it, but he has told me once that he had figured out a way to create a soul. Not a soul exactly, mind you. How did he put it? A proxy, I think he called it. Had some machine that drew energy out of the very ether. Can you imagine? The point is, I was trying to help with the legacy. Oh, it was going to. It was going to make Hollowborn into something easier to love and care for. Gods know that's something we need. Don't you know what they call those empty little babies in Andra's gift? They call them buoys, or boyos. They're buoys, because so many of them are found floating face down in the water. These are mad times. Anyway, Master Azzo had scheduled a public demonstration of his work in the Copper Lane. He was so excited. And then the next day he was locked in his office, turning away visitors, I heard. And he stopped seeing patients. I don't know exactly what happened, and I don't have the heart to ask him. But I'm glad that they're letting him treat people again. They like to keep them separate. I don't know if I've ever seen the guards allow a visitor, just Master Izzo. You might ask him. He's very sympathetic. I don't want to say he'll think less of me. These last few years haven't been kind to me. They haven't been kind to anyone, really. Try not to think of it as personal. Lost my husband and both boys in the Saints' War, my daughter. The legacy took her before she was ever mine. I made do. What else can you do? I moved into a tiny place in Andra's gift, got by mending clothes and on the kindness of strangers when I had to, but I was surviving and the gods were watching over me. I could live with that. And one day this noble woman comes in, wants this fancy gown fixed, gorgeous thing, this shade of blue I'd never seen before. Only I looked at it and it reminded me of something. I had what they call an awakening. I remember being a noble one myself in another life, people doting over me, men doting over me, the best food, the most beautiful home, all the things you'd never dare to dream of, they were mine. It was poison knowing that. All those things I had that I'll never have in this life. It did something to me. My food started to taste rotten. The walls in my little room seemed to close in around me. I stopped being able to sleep in my own bed. So I came here. It was that or breaking into his estate and start ordering servants around. It seemed like such a silly thing to worry about. You don't have to tell me. But I can't get past it, and I started to wonder, did the gods choose this life for me? And if so, what terrible must have I done to deserve it? Strange part is I think it wouldn't even be good enough for me anymore. I think it must have gotten to a point where it was when I was that noble lady. Okay. Hell to the yeah. Yeah.
Hello?
Oh yeah, son. Love that money.
Silence surrounds me.
Well? As you wish.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
Did he know?
What have we here?
What do we have here? White leaf. Certainly very well hidden if it's turned purple. Excuse me. Let's check down here. Check in there. Check in here. Check them all. I'm rather patient. Let's see what's in here. Hopefully I can seal something. Yes. Oh.
I'll see what I can do. I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
Nice. Very nice. Very, very fucking nice. Nice, nice, nice. Helps the yeah, dude. I'm like a crazy man now. Just clearing up some stuff here, guys. Give me just a few seconds. Alright, much better.
I'll see what I can do.
Gonna have to pick this.
I'll have it in no time.
Wait.
I'll see what I can do.
Let's have a talk here, Bucky. Round-faced, balding man turns to face me. Serpulus' lip is pulled away slightly by his pointed nose, exposing his upper teeth when he scowls.
What is the meaning of this?
I heard you were demoted. That's none of your concern. Did one of the others put you up to this, Oddmere? That smug weasel. Things went wrong. Everything. I don't know how. I'll never know. He spits on the floor as if he removes a bitter taste from his mouth. Yes, well, Ethelmer hasn't done much for anybody since he had his soul moved onto an inanimate object, so I fail to see why I should let that sway me. If animancers all followed the commands of their leaders, where would we be? We'd all be as backwards, as willfully ignorant as Redcurus. We know nothing about life or death, or even ourselves. We would be lost in the dark with no clue as to why. Never thought I'd find myself in agreement with the statue, but Engel's right about this fellow, at least. How easily ambition masquerades as prudence. I'll bet he's fooled even himself.
Are you from Rayed Ceres? Are you Widewin himself, risen to smite me for my heretical belief in learning who I am and why I exist? Please. You are afraid because men have taught you to be afraid. Because they were taught to be afraid. These things are only beyond our comprehension because of the fears of people like you. Who will solve Widewin's legacy? Some church? Some warrior? It will be an animancer, or it will be no one at all.
I have, yes. No point in lying about it now that Ethelmer is involved. I asked for volunteers from our patients, and a few brave souls came forward. I was very close at one time to a breakthrough. They understood that. They understood their sacrifices would mean something. Out of the question. Those patients are in an isolation for a reason. Their forehead seems damp all of a sudden.
You smug cretin. How dare you come down here and meddle? You have no idea the importance of my research.
He balls up his fists. Sounds like he wants to fight me.
Speak to them for all the good it'll do you. I'm sure the discussions will be fascinating.
Rude. Well, now I'm gonna try to crack into this again. I should have plenty of lockpicks.
I'll have it in no time.
Alright, well, so be it, I guess. I'm going in. I'm going in. And I'ma go hard. I'm
Keep
sneaking.
an eye out.
Let's see what happens in here. See if there's anything that stands out in just the hallway first. I'll start with the back and work my way forward. Ooh.
These poor people. This isn't the treatment that they were promised upstairs by the cushioned seats and lush carpets. Is that the cure for soul sickness? To be thrown into a cell and subjected to the whims of your captor?
I don't know what to say to this. I've seen the sick and mad exiled, or else treated like contagious vermin, but I cannot believe that this is the kindest alternative. I hope so. You're probably right. It's just hard to see. This place gnaws at my soul. And that's too bad.
Silence surrounds me.
Alright. So I'll start here. If I can, I guess. Is there anything I can interact with? Talk with someone here. So I can talk with someone here. Guys. This man is looking at a hunted animal. As you approach, he staggers. The man just did this to him. You can see what comes as they're meddling. Merging with it, its confusion and fear becoming yours as it whisks you into its depths. You're in your cell. A key turns, door creaks open on the neglected hinges. Thoughts come to you in waves. Incomplete, broken, fearful. Standing at the door is a rotund, balding man. His upper teeth and pointy nose remind you of a rat. He beckons, apologetic. You don't want to go. Anything else in your mind is a single word, and the word is no. But it dissolves before it reaches your lips. You press against the back wall, cornered. You cry out. In the darkness, you fight against unseen restraints. You cannot move your arms or legs. The man walks into the room carrying a lit candle, its meager flame casting long shadows across books and machinery. Straps bind your arms and legs. Cold metal circumscribes the crown on your head and the breadth of your chest. This man is sorry. He is in need of raw materials. They dismantled his work and he needs another source. He needs to show them he was right. He thanks you. Then he turns the knob and you feel yourself begin to crack from within, and you can feel pieces of you torn away, like having your insides chewed by a horde of rats, and you are screaming, and scream you can barely hear. Another night, heavy footsteps outside your door, coming for you. You look through a slit in your door, the flesh giant, the artificial being just outside but facing left, facing the end of the hall, the boy there. The boy looks with interest at the giant, then collapses to the floor like a shed snakeskin. The giant convulses for a moment, then rights itself, turns away, and leaves. Now did you, then the wall's back at the end of the cell. Okay, so I could talk to that one. I could talk to this one too. Oh, that's too bad. Can't talk to anything else, it would seem. So we go forward. Stare straight ahead. An occasional blinking is only movement, and it's unclear whether you register your presence at all behind the glassy, doll-like eyes. Then a porous, easily bypassed if you should wish. Close your eyes and edge forward to the boy's soul as you near. A sudden malaise comes over you. You are cold and warm all at once, sweating and shivering and straining for breath as you did on the caravan journey. The soul you approach is the wrong one, a parasitic plant that strangles its host. It's a predatory and pitiless, and you have crossed paths with it before. Too late does it occur to you to retract, and you already feel yourself plunging into some indeterminable abyss and thought of memory. You are standing in a cell now, the same cell, in the sanitarium. The halls are moonlit and empty, and you are waiting. At the far end of the ward, the door opens, revealing a flesh golem in silhouette beneath the stone archway. It makes its usual rounds, the same stops every time, the misbegotten child of its despondent creators. When the construct is close, you coil yourself up and spring forward, passing out of the boy's body and through as if it were a membrane. You can sense his body behind you collapsing to the floor, a puppet whose strings are cut. You are rushing toward the golem now, bodiless as a gust of wind. Quickly, you think to yourself, quickly, and you feel the strength hemorrhaging from your soul as you dart towards the makeshift abomination. You pass into its golem shell and overtake the soul implanted within, encircling it, suppressing it, containing in this new vessel. You are strong again. You step heavy-footed down corridors, unheeded by the construct and scrutinized only by the wary and trustworthy eyes of the mad, coming at last to an office piled with books and scribbled papers and the perverse implements of animancy. You set your oversized hands on a large machine and nest of globes and tubes and coils in the center of the room and go to work, bending wires and unsettling alignments. Your surroundings are pulled past you, or perhaps you are pulled past them, and they dissolve in a blur. When they settle into place again, you are outside on a clear day, standing in front of a crowd stacked high above you on the tiered seats of an amphitheater. You are acting for the crowd, standing deliberately still, but this is no play. A balding man with rodent-like features is strapping you to a machine, the one you would tamper with. You see your arms for the first time, short and fleshly, unmistakably those of a little girl, but this body is not truly yours. Your mind still holds the same determination, the same hard-heartedness as before. The body itself is cold and vacuous, unlike the others. This one has no soul of its own. The man speaks and the crowd applauds with enthusiasm worthy of a hero's entrance. "Bear witness," he says, and he pulls the lever. The machine shivers and sparks, and a bead of sweat rolls down the side of the man's brow, and the crowd's apprehension quickly gives way to the awe as the crystal globe filled with the radiant mist that casts the entire theater aglow. He opens a valve, and the glow crawls through a tube along the length of copper wiring that runs to a set of electrodes beneath your armpits. You feel nothing when it reaches you, as it should be, for you have been leading his work astray periodically for some time, altering notes and setting and playing puppeteer for the Hollowborn. Ooh, what was that? But you make it look how people would expect it to look when a body is infused with the soul. In a moment, the machine goes dark, and the man unstraps you, eyeing you with the scientist's concern. He looks back up at the crowd. "Behold," he says, but there is an obvious hesitation in his voice. Why does it do that? Slowly you take a prodding step forward, then another, and another. You look up at the man, giving him the eye contact of which no Hollowborn is capable of, and the crowd gasps. The man looks relieved. "How do you feel?" he asks at a volume meant for the crowd. And this is the moment. At the top of your lungs, you let out a piercing shriek. The man comes toward you, his hands outstretched, but you run the other way, back to the machine. With all your strength, you drive your head into the crystal globe, and it shatters, streaking your head with warm blood. You drive your head down onto the surface of the machine again and again, drawing panic screams from the crowd, and by the time the man reaches you, your body has already ceased proper function and merely twitches on the cold ground. Satisfied, you depart the corpse in search of another unsuspecting host who could put their faith in animancy now. You are pulled again from your surroundings, transcending the boundaries of memories and lifetimes, deeper and deeper, past betrayals and murders and lies upon lies that form the thick webbing of plots beyond mortal comprehension. You settle at last on a room you have seen before, expansive, with a tall device encasing an Adra monolith at its center. The room is filled with people, and the people all look at the device. You are yanked suddenly back to the reality, and the once catatonic boy is in the cells looking directly at you, appraising, calculating. There is no mistaking now that it is the soul of the man who caused your awakening that gazes out from Bardhusk, a watcher. Said so. He makes no effort to hide his disinterest, but he continues to search your eyes. He makes a slight grunting noise, and his eyes soften for an instant, and it seems for that moment that he recognizes you. He opens his mouth to speak, and seems to think better of what he is about to say. His jaw tightens. "I know your look. You hunger. Hunger for answers that elude you. It gnaws at your soul and usurps your reason for being. You are like everyone. It will help you let go. He dodges backwards with a startling grace, putting himself out of reach. On his face there is no malice, only the dispassion of a farmer putting down a sick animal. Then, suddenly, he slumps forward. I'm about to fight these motherfuckers. Looks like it. One at a time, I suppose.
Brave Dalfilad.
You need to run, motherfucker. He's got wrecked. Damn.
Stand.
They are cutting us down, but I'm actually slowly fighting back. Yeah, I'm getting dropped.
How may I help?
Brave Dalfilad.
I see it.
Take worth and wrath!
Alright, that one's down. Let's turn on this one. don't know if one of my defenders are going to make it through this or not. He's doing somewhat quickly enough.
Thick, worth and rough! These ones are in for a walloping!
There we go. Said it was immune.
I shall deal with...
Sacre tu!
Alright.
I think it may be time
Managed to hold
strike
that one
up
out.
hell.
That was a tough fight. Let's see what good we got. Okay.
As you say.
Let's rest first. Quick save. You wake to see Durance, staff held in both hands. That's my priest, by the way. Flame flickers at its top end, casting long shadows across his face as he stares in contemplation. Still, for all the light and fire, your eyes can't focus on him. Perhaps it is awakening from sleep or the trick of the light, but he seems indistinct, blurred around the edges, everything except for the staff. The staff, he seems to be studying its engravings. As you watch, the engravings glow thinly red, like through the cracks of heat-suffused wood. The lines seem like molten metal, burning along the edges of a staff, then branch out in intricate series of fiery veins, bunching thickly where his hands clutch the wood, pulsing as if a heartbeat. As you watch, the veins spiral into a dozen separate circles that spiral again until they are arranged in a circle of their own. They pulse, wait, and all is strangely silent, and then suddenly there is a great light from the fire, a rushing of air, a great flash, and you awaken again. You see Durance in the same place, still holding his staff, but he is solid, real. He doesn't seem to have noticed you or reacted to what had occurred. I'm going to speak with him. Looks like I've traveled long enough. Now come the words.
If doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skinning your knuckles on the wrong door.
The why of it is you are a watcher. Once a watcher runs two roads of why for me. It's for a matter of what. There was a time when I wouldn't have spared thought for your words or even bothered with you, but now seeking out watchers is what I do, and to put the truth to them, see which of the two ways they bend. Either you are a dry field in need of harvest burning, he frowns for a moment, eyes flat, or you're lost in the darkness. Either way, you can see differently from others. I can tell by the way you notice the staff first off. Not many can see it at first, nor the etchings or the flames, but your eyes trace the path. That I could see. The day we don't trade that question back and forth is the day our paths no longer need to be joined, and the trial is done. You know this nation is diseased. Don't need to be a watcher to see it in the children, the politics, the men that stalk the roads with knives in hands and murder in their eyes. This land needs life again. New seeds planted in the burned soil. His voice drops mocking and his eyes narrow. Something tells me that you could see the path to making that future happen, Watcher. Your kind always does. So then, we need to be sure you can see truly now. This nation is its people. Don't need any more lies binding them, do they? You test the truth. You don't blindly accept it. Sharing the road, of course. One truth to match another, matching each other's pace, keeping rhythm. Other priests can keep their teachings and rantings from my faith. My teachings, sharing the road is a simple, hard truth. And when you knock one truth against the leg of another, why both legs stand firm. Right now, if you don't strike a lie at the knee with the same force, why, you make a cripple with but one leg to stand on. Is that why? He laughs deeply. Perhaps your words are worth listening to, Watcher. But the truth will win out. Keep pace and we'll see.
The cost of troubling me seems to worry you little. Tell me what you saw.
There's a flash like an explosion, a rush of air incredibly bright.
It is the light of the Godhammer you saw.
The Godhammer?
It was a weapon of Deerwood's people, a symbol of their independence. It saved the Deerwood. It brought the Saints' war to an end, knocked a god from his perch. There are few that would deny Aothis overstepped. The Godhammer reminded Aothis of it. You saw its light because I helped shape it, give it life, and release it into the world. Once seen, its glory is almost too bright to be believed, and too bright to be forgotten.
That's pretty interesting.
There were 12 of us. We fashioned the weapon, drafted plans for it, prayed for guidance at Ashfall, and it came to me there. Each of us were given a staff made from the forest of black trees around us, glowing with embers and fire far greater than this branch you see now.
I like this guy.
It felt as if the staff was Margaren's own, guiding the other 11, the shadows of the 12 who had come to stand on the bridge to stop Aothis. Even in that stand, there was a ritual to it. For the 12 that stood on the bridge, there were a dozen shadows cast, a dozen faithful of Margaren, her fiercest supporters and shapers of the Godhammer. As 12 held Aothis fast, we 12 unleashed our prayers and let the Godhammer fall. Shadows cast by the fire of the Godhammer, perhaps. We shared their fate as well in time. Now the spine of the Deerwood is marked by the Godhammer. Marked, not all deaths come with stilled breath and stilled heart, or other stilled passions beneath the waste. Some deaths, the connection we once shared with Margaren. After the light of the Godhammer, it was not the same. It was as if we'd lost our senses, and sense of purpose as well. Instead of victory, being welcomed, there was silence, within and without. Not many can claim to have killed a god. It is less a heroic tale than you would think. And such a death, it changed our faith. All faiths, I expect. Doubt followed, and the world changed. I do not believe Margaren was pleased by what we had done. The world is broken, the wheel stilled. There is sickness in the world's heart. Perhaps the price of crossing a god. Crossing two gods. Even as Margaren shaped our hands, perhaps we carried her will farther than was allowed. Just as Widewind did. Saint Widewind. Mortal arrogance to match mortal arrogance. Yet if the world had changed, then I sought to change with it. If I had forgotten some of Margaren's teachings, I would find them again. I would make her see me again. I remembered Margaren's teachings, how reminders on the flesh were more important than the death of a vessel. And I wondered if killing Aothis, if that had simply set him free. Had it allowed him to escape his punishment and be taken on the wheel, like a mortal? As I stepped from the now blessed Godhammer Bridge, I thought of Ashfall. I thought of the War of Black Trees, wondered if I needed to be burned to find myself again. That is Margaren at her heart. At least that is my hope. These are the doubts that befall me. The road to Ashfall is long, gives one time to think. If you think long enough, you do not go home. I left without telling anyone, with only the robes I wore at Halgot, my staff, and my name, which is long buried. Of my fellow 11 craftsmen, disciples, I know not what happened to them, if they suffered the same doubt as I did. But it was underserved. It was wrong. We had done all that Or had asked. Grab victory from defeat and... There is something about being used and cast aside. Perhaps Widewen himself felt it. There at the end, when the hammer struck. To be the proof that your god is hollow as the vessel it inhabits. I tried to find purpose, and avoided all contact with other Magranic priests. Did not seek the walls of Ashfall, and sought to make amends to my god through actions. I joined with the Purges for a time, and not long after came the first signs of the Hollowborn. So many crimes, trespasses, violations. The Salvation. Animancers were another sickness born of the Saints' War. A relapse of innovation, of desperation to heal what we had caused. All seemed worse than before the bridge, not better. And as years passed, the world became even worse still for the victory. Worship the whims of some fickle bitch, and you'll never be more than dirt beneath her feet. Worship what she worships, on the other hand. Take her fire for your own, and her esteem comes on its own. Of course, by that time you no longer need it. Trial and transformation, sure as Durance taught. You think to put the coals to my feet, but what's burned once will never burn again. These talks are your trial, Watcher. You cannot deflect the truth to one who has already been purified by it.
Chose the bridge because we could control it. It was a place where we could choke Ethos in his own footsteps, where we knew his feet would fall, a narrow neck of stone. But it was more than that. It was the spine of the dire word, symbolic in its backbone. Such symbols are important in the construction of a weapon. Any weapon. I suspect Ethos knew that as well, and so did his vessel in its arrogance. He intended to walk upon the bridge as if walking on the backs of the deer would, and we intended to burn him with the light of our faith and his. 12 on the bridge, 12 in the shadow, and gave ourselves to it.
We put much of ourselves into the Godhammer. Such a device is not simply a machine. There are elements of the spirit in it. Even Widewind's spirit. Each of the 12 who brought the Godhammer forth would have done anything to save the Deerwood, save its people. It is why we were chosen. Each of us hated this pretender. That rage, that spirit, that rebellion went into our work, and went into studying him as well. We all studied Widewind. He was our enemy, and he had provided the flesh the god wore as a cloak. That flesh made him vulnerable. I knew what fields his hands had tilled, his family, what he had harvested, where he had been born. We sought to know him, what had led him to fight us. You don't kill the god. You kill the man it inhabits. And you leave that man a ruin. Burn him to ash. The weapon was meant to not only burn his flesh, but it would burn his soul. And it did. At the cost of our own. And at the cost of our goddess's favor. That whore be damned.
Perhaps your eyes were blinded by the Godhammer's light, Watcher. You may feel half a man at times, but even that is twice that of most others.
If you fear for my spirit, your fears are base. Godhammer, seeing its light, only fueled my anger and made me stronger. Made me re-examine the teachings of Margaret. Put them in a new light. I do not need you to cast any more questions on me, Watcher. Nor did I ask you to...
Okay. Got some levels out of that. Nice. I'm gonna level everybody up, and I think I'm gonna go to bed. It's about that time. And 1 in survival, so we can at least get that damage reduction. And 1 in that. The rest goes to stealth. You can have that 1 in mechanics, I suppose. Charmed. Maybe some good AoE right there. I'll just take it. I'll take it. Let's get my mage a level. Looks pretty good. And level up my main champ. Yeah, I think we'll just stick with that. Alright. Let's quick save. Thanks everybody for watching me. Kind of search this area a little bit. I'm gonna go to bed.
Light, flame, and sound.
It's pretty much time. You guys have a good night. Thank you once again for watching me.